yang agak lambat datang, all that kind of stuff. So you know what, Koji? Let's go.
Make it official.
Let us make it official. The MPL Malaysia Season 17 PlayOffs starts now!
Welcome back, everybody. This is the play-ins here at the MPL Malaysia. My name is Q. Of course, here with me is going to be stopped by here at the desk. Thankful that after 8 weeks of grueling competition, we have now boiled it down to the top 6, and only 2 of these teams move on to the double eliminations.
It is an exciting time to be here and a great way to conclude the brand new era of MPL Malaysia. 5 days of epic MLBB action is all that stands between our top 6 teams and the 2 that will represent the region to MSC.
Oh boy, now those 2 tickets are still up in the air. We don't know who's going to get it just yet, but for the early days of the playoffs, we need to see who qualifies for the double eliminations first. First 2 teams on the chopping block here, it's going to be Team Vamos and as well as RRQ Tora. And the real question is whether or not Vamos is going to maintain their performance now that we've already seen what MPLPH has brought to the table. I don't know even if RRQ Tora is ready for this meta.
Yeah, all this considered, our break this time between regular season and playoffs hasn't been as long as it used to be, and yet it feels like a lot has changed since then. So have these teams been able to adjust?
It might be difficult, especially with these so many variables are being played, but one thing is for certain, is that the power-up of Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G Power Pass, you could go limitless with the unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeeds made for the Gen now. Of course, you can also redeem player trading cards here. Come to the venue, go check it out. It'll be a good time. Look for the Cellcom Digi booth. Trust me, you're going to see it get cracked later down the line.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty of that. We've already witnessed plenty of
too many
of our viewers popping open card packs, seeing who they get. And speaking of viewers, we've got quite a few here today, even though it is a weekday. Thank you to everyone who showed up at the arena. But of course, we don't forget you guys watching at home as well. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully, we'll get to see you guys somewhere down the line, because this playoffs venue setup is awesome.
Yep, it is looking phenomenal. The dream stage is, as they say, the dream stage for a reason. The only place that you want to be is here today, because let me tell you, the fans are out in droves. Let's throw up the bracket here, just in case you are just tuning in. For those watching from across the world, here's what's going on. In the upper bracket quarterfinals, we already have the play-ins starting to begin. Vamos will face off against RRQ. Team Ray faces off against BTRM. All of this was based off of the standings. Now, keep in mind, the upper bracket semifinals is what everybody's looking for. As soon as you qualify for it, you have that second life.
Indeed, that's why all of these teams want to be able to make it as far as possible, get that second life, put themselves in a better position, because now that you've made it this far, you do not want your story to end on the very first step of the playoffs. There's going to be a lot on the line right here, so things are about to be tested, right? Some of these teams did pretty well towards the end of the regular season, some of them not so much, but there has been a bit of a time gap. Who knows what kind of training arc these players may have gone through.
Hey, we don't know if it's the hyperbolic time chamber here, but what we do know for certain is that these teams are going to be fighting for their survival. And obviously, it isn't just the 2 teams who showed up on board. There is also Bigatron alongside Team Ray. Again, most people would have imagined that the standings would look a little different at the beginning of the season, but coming towards the end, now we have conclusive evidence about who's moving on and who's not.
Yeah, there have been some serious back and forth this season, and we knew that things were going to be interesting in this brand new era of MPL Malaysia, but I think that it has already surpassed our wildest expectations. 4 teams, only 2 slots into the playoffs. Once you're able to make it in the top 4, you have a little bit of breathing room, that second life as you mentioned, right? But you got to get through this phase first, and these are going to be best of 5 series. No more of that best of 3 that we had in the regular season, which means more time to adapt to your opponents, but also more time that could be spent getting beat down and sent home.
Yeah, no, it could be pure domination. It could be 3-0 days here today. We don't know what the landscape is going to be looking like, especially since we have a couple of new changes. And with those patches, and thankfully, MPLPH had their playoffs first. We saw the grand finalists, their 2 EWC representatives. But then we start comparing that meta to what's going on here. In the regular season itself, Vamos alongside with RRQ, Vamos taking them 2-0 in both of those games. RRQ Tora on the decline. I don't know whether Dyron playing Paquito is going to be enough to really change their situation.
It definitely seems like a type of hero that he would be suited for, right? The aggressive playmaker. But then you look on the opposite side. It's literally Sepakito himself, right? How long has it been since we've witnessed this man play? I hope we get to see him in the main lineup because Vamos hasn't exactly settled that yet. Is it Sabat? Is it Zeno? You know, there's still a question mark.
Yeah, I think for now, from what it seems, I feel like they're going to be running with Sabat, right? We don't have enough games with Zeno to really say that he is the one that they're going to be leaning on as cornerstone. That's just me, because at the end of the day, we're looking at the junglers here. Both sides, great junglers, and overall have been a big way for the meta kind of propel itself forward.
Yeah, we've seen very active junglers. I think that Error 44 especially, as still a very, very young player, has really proven himself this season in particular, finding his stride, his confidence, the ability to clutch up games for his team. And overall, Vamos just looks really, really solid. I think if we just base off of regular season performance, Vamos should be the favorites here since the Kingdom were still a little bit struggling, but that's where we want to see if they've done enough.
Yeah, with that being said though, we did get a very special guest coming in all the way from Indonesia to join us on a call. We're throwing over to Poji to talk to Kulios.
Hai guys, anda kembali bersama saya Poji dan juga orang istimewa hari ini, Era 44, apa khabar?
Baik.
Baik, sebelum kita pergi lagi jauh, tahniah sekali lagi sebab tercalon untuk Best Jungler for Dream Team Award season kali ini. Jadi apa perasaan awak bila tercalon? Awak rasa awak boleh menang ke award ni?
Saya rasa bangga lah. Cuma saya rasa ada yang lagi hebat dari saya season ni, untuk season ni.
So maksudnya awak dah hebat, belum cukup hebat?
Ya, belum cukup hebat.
Humble. Saya suka. Tapi untuk awal season kali ni sebenarnya ramai orang tak expect pun Vamos ni adalah satu pasukan pencabar pun sebenarnya. Sebab sebelum ni korang ada kalah awal dan sebagainya. Tapi korang buat kejutan demi kejutan dan kali ni korang dah layak dekat playoff kan. So kali ni awak rasa Vamos boleh pergi sejauh mana? Sebab orang memang expect untuk Vamos boleh pergi ke EWC Paris.
Untuk sekarang target kita orang memang nak EWC dulu lah. So ya, main target tu main EWC. Kalau dapat champion tu bonus lah.
Champion bonus?
Ya, bonus.
Maksud champion masih susah ke macam mana?
Masih susah. Cuma kita akan buat yang terbaik lah.
Okey. Dan kalau kita sentiasa faham, playoff adalah satu tempat yang penuh dengan kejutan. Mungkin korang dah pernah kalahkan RRQ sebelum ni dekat regular season, tapi kali ni mungkin RRQ akan buat kejutan. So untuk bertembung dengan RRQ hari ni, anything ke yang korang akan lakukan untuk pastikan korang terus layak untuk ke next stage? Sebab kali ni kalah balik.
So kalau diorang ada kejutan, kita pun prepare lah kejutan. Kejutan lawan kejutan. Kejutan mana yang lagi banyak dia menang. Macam tu.
Anything nak kata kepada semua peminat yang datang hari ni? Ramai nampak ni semua untuk sokong Vamos.
So terima kasih yang dah datang support. And korang ready beli tiket next ke? Kita akan menang.
Alright, itu saja daripada saya dekat Aero 4. Jom kita masuk ke dalam game.
Oh, forgive me there. Unfortunately, Kolios not on the line. Was just a little too excited to say hi to him, feeling it early. But once again, we did get to talk with Arrow 404, and basically what he's saying, buy tickets for the next game. They're going to win this one. That's how confident they are coming into this, and more importantly, they put in some hard work to try and get this ticket into Paris.
You certainly can't argue about that confidence because Team Vamos has been firing on all cylinders. Natko, Ziki, Klonkun, Error 404, and Sabat on the starting lineup have been a force of nature towards the ending parts of the regular season. Definitely the favorites coming into this, and I hope to continue seeing that aggressive gameplay from them.
They're very well positioned for the meta right now, but on the opposite side, RRQ Tora with Ruff, Witty, Kim, Gary, and Dyron, a star-studded lineup, and yet coming into this as one of the underdogs for the play-ins. I think that RRQ Tora really have to show us what they can do with the meta, because if it is going to be the exact same thing as the regular season, it's not going to be a good time for them.
Yeah, I have been very vocal in my streams about my thoughts on RQ Tora, straight up thinking that this team, based on their gameplay, did not feel like they deserved a playoff spot. It might sound harsh, but I think a lot of us can agree that they have not been hitting the level we expect of a squad like this.
It's tough, hard not to agree, but before we go any further, we're going to go into the ping test mic check to see how both of our teams are feeling.
Game nak main apa hari ni? Aku rasa nak main Jimmy lah. Kau main Jimmy. Nah, kau main Jimmy. Nak main Celena ke?
Ini balik.
Nah, kalau dari aku
Gua tukar ni.
Apa ni? Apa ni? Kalau saya gelisah sebelum match, saya selalunya selawat aja.
okay.
Ya,
Itu
terus baca surah-surah yang bisa bikin hati saya tenang. Ya, dulu sekolah agama di pas SD, terus diajarin ustaz. Ya gak hafal banyak sih, ya gak banyak surah.
Nobody believed they'd make it this far. Nobody expected them to survive. But this fearless new generation refused to listen. For 8 weeks, they fought every obstacle to prove they belong with the best. Now they are here, chasing their first championship in a new era. They are no longer the future. Their era starts now! Make some noise for Team Vamos!
The young, star-studded lineup packed with veterans as pillars Arrow 4 and 4 and Z keep stand to make sure that this young generation is now and here today to play. Unless we see something else. Our veterans have done so much at this point. Now they want to book that ticket. Even kings can lose their crown. They began the season with purpose, conquering the lead. But the victories, and when everything was on the line, they set the competition ablaze. The kingdom trembled. Week after week, they searched for that fighter to make them unstoppable. So ladies and gentlemen, the king of the jungle is ready to roar once more. Let's go, RR2 Tora!
The kingdom that everyone had eyes on when the season began and started their run in an impressive streak, but unfortunately found themselves floundering through the midpoint. Is the decision to start with the Kim Witty mid duo the correct one for their very first match of the playoffs? Can the kingdom rise up again, or will this be the end of their legacy? Now, of course, we welcome the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match up on stage, joined by our head marshal, Rez, who will ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Team Vamos, we got head coach Valdo and assistant coach Pakvet, and for RQ, head coach Sasa and assistant coach Link.
For the brains and the bronze already ready, look at them walk up to the dream stage where our competitors are waiting. Fist bumps will be passed around as this is the last point of physical contact before they make war in the land of Dawn. Good luck as both of our competitors head on into Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat is right, because at the end of this best of 5 series, we will witness a fatality. The end of the journey for one of these two squads. Vamo is going to kick things off with first pick in game number 1.
The stakes have never been higher here at the playoffs for the first time ever, especially after the partnership I think that a lot of these organizations are looking to make that very big impact here on the very first season of this partnership, just to make sure that that lasting legacy will be felt in the next 2 or 3 years.
That is always going to be the ideal situation, right? I think going into this, a lot of us were wondering, hey, this is a big shift in MPL. Are the teams really going to be prepared to play at max power when most of their lineups are quite new? The organizations haven't really experienced this league before. And I think some of them have definitely impressed us, but there's also been teams who've tried a little bit too hard to make that splash effect happen.
That splash effect is all that we're looking for. We have a player quote coming in from Ruff. Experience gives us the edge. Last season, when I was with MV, we never managed to beat Homeboys during the regular season, but when playoffs came around, we were able to defeat them. So I think we have a chance to beat Vamos today as well, because we're fired up and motivated. Now, I've heard plenty of veterans say that in my lifetime. Motivated, fired up, whatever synonym you want to add to it. But coming in from Ruff, at least he has the perspective. Hey, we couldn't beat Homeboys last time, even though MV was looking to be one of the favorites that season. This time, even more so, except the odds have been completely flipped.
It's always true that the playoffs represents a big reset here. There is that gap, a rest time for you to really figure out what happened during the regular season, what you did right, what you did wrong. We've seen teams completely flip in power level when we were expecting basically nothing of them when the playoffs begun. So it's not impossible, but I guess we'll see.
Yep, let's see, because our next player quote comes in from Subot about a meaningful playoffs. In S14, I didn't get the chance to play in the playoffs. In Season 15, I was not able to reach the playoffs with JP Niners. And after that, I was in the MAL. So this playoffs is very meaningful to me. I want to test my limits and see how far the team can go with the hard work and sacrifices we've made. I want to see the results of our scrims and training. A great quote coming in from Subot, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Out of all the careers that we've seen so far, I would say that Subot's pretty tragic for talking about local.
Yeah, Subot has had a lot of up and downs, and he has been in the MPL for quite a long time. I still remember him debuting that first season. I believe it was with Homeboys around the same time as Chibi, and they've definitely had widely varied trajectories. So it is great to see him being able to make it back onto this stage in a meta that honestly suits him very, very well. The Paquito, obviously going to be the question marks for everyone right now, right? Is he going to play it? Is this the return? But there are so many possibilities on the table.
Yeah, way too many possibilities, especially when we're talking about the in-game meta. And I think that people are starting to, they figured out the past 2 metas. This current new meta with the new relationship of Paquito coming into the, Paquito, Fredrin alongside with Carry. Again, these 3 huge game changers that we saw from the MPL PH. I think a lot of it has to do with the drafting. And I really hope that these teams are mature enough to recognize that.
I hope so as well. We have been granted a great boon of being able to watch these other MPLs, these MSLs, all these other leagues going on at the same time to determine their MSC representatives and learn from them. It's just whether or not that translation will actually take effect, because ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time to get things going. Our very first draft, our very first match of the MPL Malaysia Season 17 playoffs.
All right, the random map draw tells us dangerous grass. Again, dangerous grass, not exactly the best to deal with. A lot of our MY teams who hate this map, but now with the first 3 bans already through, Marcel, Phovius alongside with the Kalia. Good thing that Phovius is gone. Freya alongside with Fanny, pretty similar bans. And again, 2 bans that they've successfully done every single time against this team.
Yeah, and why not, right? Especially with Phobia's gone, Freya has to go, and so does the Harif. But it means that various heroes are going to slip through the cracks here. The Guinevere going to be the one I have the biggest eye on, because I think Vamos piloted basically the best with their big AoE CC comp. But looks like they are instantly going for the Paquito. Paquito makes his grand return.
What a surprise, what a surprise. Now, Paquito made 15 appearances in the MPL PH in Season 17 playoffs, boasting a 66% win rate. And it's finally time to unleash the Paquito, and you're right, it is. Because this is one of the few times where I feel like he's so uniquely positioned in the meta that he can turn tables.
Paquito is definitely very, very strong right now, and teams have finally started picking up on that fact. But is he truly first pick worthy? We've seen it here and there in MPL PH, but picking your EXP lane first is typically a risky bet. Only heroes like Freya or Phobius this. RQ gonna keep it safe. Zeusin, Claude.
Yeah, and now here's the risky part, right? Because now that you've shown your EXP, it's going to be difficult to have your traditional things in your previous compositions, like being able to cancel out some important abilities. Most importantly, the Blazing Duet as of right now, no Charizla access to that, so you're going to have to find a new solution to those types of problems. And I think for the most part, right, with Fulvius kind of out of the way, Paquito just gives a lot of pressure, like an insane amount, even if you are losing. So going alongside with Guinevere and Valentina, both great choices here. The Valentina, I'm only guessing because they're leaning back into the old point. Hey, Dyron, lock in that Sora. Try it.
They are expecting it. This was a hero that was consistently banned out against Iron after he popped off the first 2 weeks with the hero pick, and since then it's never really been the same. So you're right, it is a form of denial to make sure that RQ doesn't get the chance to play those sorts of heroes, and also in case Vamos decides they want something a little bit later on, they're a bit safer to do so. And since they know that it's a Zeusin mid, they don't have to worry too much about mages that have super high wave clear compared to the Valentina. It seems like a pretty safe bet.
Yep, I would agree with that. Ooh, we get the Gatot here for the side of RRQ. Interesting, they go Gatot. Why would you go Gatot? Do you really need that much space? Are they worried about they can't deal with the engage from Guinevere, so they need a disengage mechanic rather than just taking Purifies?
It is possible, but I am also scratching my head along you. Gatot is perfectly solid, but not really the best hero still left in the pool under current circumstances.
Like, they could have gone things like, force out Purifies in the gold lane by getting things like Cho. They could have gotten the glue for themselves if they wanted to as well, now that the mid lane has already been shown as well. So I feel like this is a hard prediction coming out from RRQ's side, right? They know what they want space. How do we generate that space? If you have to sacrifice Gatot, sure, but at what cost? We're gonna see it here.
Could be a bit of a save your teammate button, I suppose, since they know that the Guinevere is going to be catching people left and right, having the AOG to fly in, give him a hand, maybe pop that Revitalize to save them could be the idea they're thinking of, but it still does feel a bit conservative.
Yeah. Vamos now attacking the jungle. Not a bad idea so far. Make sure you get rid of the scaling ones. Is it worth banning out? I feel like Suyo isn't worth banning out if you're in Vamos' position. I get the Yi Shin, and even then it's still a little questionable because you already got Paquito, right? Once you get Paquito, he gets first 2 items, and Yi Shin even falls slightly behind. He can't touch the turtles at all.
Yeah, I think most likely that ban is to deny global presence, right? They already have the Gatot Kacha. They just don't want to give them Mountain Shocker so that they can play around with formation, since Vamos already wants to play ambush threats. It's literally dangerous grass. They have Paquito, they have Guinevere.
Yep.
So I think that's probably the idea. We do see the Clint banned out to try and give Ruff a good time. I think right now RQ is just trying to play your standard front to back, buy time, don't play overly risky, and just allow Ruff to farm up.
Okay. That is the case. They're going to be playing very traditionally, and they're also getting rid of Clint, one of the few lane bullies that we have in the meta so far. Not the only one, however. There's still a possibility for, actually, do they even care? Yeah, they don't. Depends on what RRQ picks right here.
RQ still going to be looking for their jungler and their EXP laner. Already are aware of who their direct oppositions in both lanes are, unless Vamos suddenly pulls a fast one and flexes Guinevere.
I don't know. I feel like unless we see Harley Suyo come out from RRQ, I think that RRQ might just end up just waiting, right? I think that I think they're trying to figure out whether or not they can actually pick that Nolan right now, so they're gonna wait for it, right? Yeah, Esme, all right. Don't really agree with the Esme necessarily. It's a pretty bad, I wouldn't, in terms of laning, right? The 1v1 isn't as interactive as you think it is.
Yeah.
They actually don't touch each other at all. Paquito just clears the wave at level 1 and just buggers off.
Yeah, after the recent buff as well, I think we've seen a lot of cases where Paquito actually wins lane against Esmeralda, so this could potentially be a bit risky. I can understand going for this over something like Arlet or Terizla because you don't want the ults to be stolen away, so that's also another genius of the Valentina pickup. But if this is Vengeance Esme, then you are actually a pretty easy target for the Guinevere, and if you go Purify, you are just not tanky enough. I think this should be a carry angle for Natko.
Yeah, it feels like Carriel. He can also go for Moskov if he wants to, but it depends, right?
Ooh.
And now they get the Atlas, and it makes a lot more sense now. They don't want to deal with the frontline tankers overall, and better yet, I think they are less afraid of people quote-unquote chasing, knowing that RRQ just wants to play traditional front-to-back.
This does make things difficult. Liam or Tsuyo both gonna have a lot of difficulty into a Guinevere Atlas, so it might have to be the Harley at this point.
I don't even think Harley feels that great as well.
What else is there? Nolan, as you pointed out earlier, is a possibility. We've seen some teams go back to the Lancelot, but that's more out of necessity than anything.
Yeah, they need something with damage. Yeah, they go for
Okay.
Nolan. So here's my logic behind it, right? Because I think that RRQ perceives that Nolan and as well as Yi Shin kind of provide the same amount of pressure in the game, right? Fast mobility. Unfortunately, Yi Shin scales a lot better compared to Nolan, but Nolan's snowball capability really compensates for that fact. I think here, really intelligent drafting coming out from Vamos' side. They're really going back into old information and picking up on their habits.
Yeah, I think Vamos already showed us they had really good drafting ideas towards the end of the regular season. It seems like they've kept that around. This is very Vamos DNA team composition, and it's also very balanced overall. I would say that RQ Torres lineup is pretty okay as well. Very balanced, solid front to back like we mentioned. Playoff of Gary, then scale for Ruff. But can they hit those timings against Vamos, who have been going strong? Ladies and gentlemen, the land of Dawn opens up once again. Our very first game in the MPL Malaysia Season 17 playoffs. Give it up for Vamos versus RRQ Tora.
And things have already initiated here for our playoffs. Vamos and RQ Tora, they try to make sure they maintain lane dominance, and that's the important thing. So far, we don't see that Sapat actually gets the proxy. He's forced into lane, which is not that great. But look at the Purifies coming out from the side of Tor. Oh, no.
Speaking of which, Kalakun already getting taunted pretty hard. Now, of course, got taught Zeusin, one of the age-old mid-duos. Gonna be hard-pressed to trade that, especially with an Atlas on your side. So that's something RQ can play for.
Oh, and they're making sure that they can control the weak side of the map here. So, again, very good ideas from RRQ. Use your mid-pressure early on, get these trades down, get the early invade, and also help out Dyron at the same time. So again, this early game seems very well rehearsed from RRQ Tora. I want to see it transition into mid, because the first turtle is going to matter a lot for Guinevere, and we want to see whether Air 404 actually finds an engage down bot side.
Yeah, we know that Vamos really likes playing around that Guinevere level 4 timing, so we gotta watch Error 404. Currently level 3, should be hitting 4 soon, but based on their movements across the map, I don't think they're trying to hit that too hard since their mid-duo, unfortunately, not having lane prio.
Oh, let's see whether they find the recovery gank here. We see that Guinevere doesn't bother going down to the bottom side, goes straight to top side, and is now in position to try and attack somebody, but RRQ isn't giving them the bait that they're looking for.
Kiev gonna jump in, though Huidi should be fine under the tower here. Atlas does provide pretty good setup for Guinevere, but he's gotta land it.
Yeah, fun fact. Atlas, especially when he's... Oh, wait, hold on.
Error playing a dangerous game, nearly dies to the fracture. Down to 20% HP. That's gonna make it hard to contest Turtle, but he'll be able to heal up off the crab.
This should be a no contest now. Yeah, they can't walk up.
Good stoning from Kiv.
There's nothing they can really do about this. They're gonna take this... Oh, wait, hold on.
Gary secures it. They're gonna try and force the fight, but RQ is disengaging. So far, positioning is very clean from the Kingdom, just not choosing to fight at all.
Okay, Air 404 calls it off because I saw Kalakun. He was in the right position to make something happen if necessary, but decides to back away knowing that Air 404 just can't cover that distance just yet. He needs to be within the lethal range of that magic thumb. Early recall here from Natco, preventing a dive onto RRQ's side, and things are actually going very smoothly, despite RRQ Tor actually having a bit of a lead.
All things considered, this is the benefit of having this kind of comp. Ruff in trouble, though. BMI already used into the retrieve. Violent Requiem a little bit awkward there with the combo. Ruff still purifies, gets out.
Interesting. All right. He clearly doesn't have the damage yet. More importantly, it's just not landing super magic, where a majority of his damage is actually going to be in. Time Spot, this is tough. This is tough. If you don't get that proxy level 1, you lose control over this lane, and it's such a big tax to deal with. And I love the fact that RQ Tora is actively communicating problems. Hey, Gary's diveable on bot side. Gary's already in position. Hey, I have control over top side. He might try and force. He's already on that top side, ready to cover.
Even towards the end of the regular season, one of the stronger points for RQ Tora was that early game. They are a very good snowball team, and so far, doing a great job of playing more that timing. Dyrant, though, might be ganked here. 3v1. They get the freeze in. Error 404 forces the Purify. Dyrant walks away.
Beautifully played by Dyrant. Again, very patient. He doesn't need to use his Purify unless absolutely necessary. And seeing Subot use all of his cooldowns already gave him a good idea. Hey, as long as it's not Natco or at least Clawhood needs to join, I should be all right.
Keeping his wits about him. I mean, Gary spots up. Rector comes in, but he gets caught in the Violet Requiem. First blood to Error 404, and now they have Turtle Prio.
Shouldn't be challenging Sapakito just yet. This is his strongest point. He was gonna get hit by this.
Yeah, this is a lot of freeze damage. Forced out the Crimson Beacon. Taunt coming in from Widid to keep Sapat away, but should be a very free turtle for Team Vamos. Yup, secured.
Very nice. Very nicely done here. Overall, things are going as smoothly for Team Vamos as it possibly can. They got the kill. Sure, you don't get the turtle, but it's not the end of the world, right? Gary's sole purpose right now is to look for these ganks constantly. Any lane advantage, he needs to be able to cover it or press it. He needs to be what they call in the business a first responder.
This is where, though, I think we need to really see how well RQ can respond. They've lost a little bit of that early momentum that they were playing with, and they have a tendency to retreat into a defensive stance when that happens towards the regular season. So far, they are keeping it safe. I want to see if they up the ante again.
Unless I see that gold lane increasing, we need to see a huge influx in the economy. Because right now, the people who are holding the leads are Rough alongside with Dyrant. They're the only ones currently holding the leads if I'm looking at this correctly. And it's a very tiny lead, right? Very minuscule in the big picture. So until we see like maybe mid-tier 1 go down, Witty shouldn't die here. Yeah, it's a wet noodle fight for the most part. They're moving as 4 now. Now Vamos is making sure that trying to cross the river is going to cost RQ something.
Their zoning makes sure that RQ can never really walk into the bushes. And again, this is one of the reasons why Yi Sun-shin was banned, to deny that information control so that Zkeep can just perfect match himself into bushes and constantly zone.
Now we see first items start to come through. Concentrated energy for Error 404. He's not going to go for Genius 1, so he's not looking for damage. He's looking to just sustain through it, which means the rest of his build is probably Bruiser. Zkeep, I don't know. When I think of Atlas, the hard part is how do you know when exactly he's going to dive? He's kind of like Tigreal, where as long as he gets the ult off with the flicker, there's a 90% chance you can catch him.
Oh, hold on. Nearly catches Rough there. Forces Purify early, and another ultimate from Kim in the mid lane. Already a two-pronged attack. Falling Star Moon, unfortunately, doesn't really connect with anyone. So multiple resources spent on RQ in exchange for basically nothing.
Very nice coming in from Vamos here. Again, synchronize the attacks to create the space, and now they should be able to take this away no problem as they're looking for another engage.
Subot flickers in, looks for Kim, goes for the wall, 1-2, finds the Zeus in, and this is no response. Where is RQ? Why aren't they helping him?
They just kind of watched. They didn't want to get caught up in the fire of that knockout punch. Kept away from it. They have to sacrifice anybody. Apparently, Kim had to take the damage. But for the time being, Vamos, this is going exactly how they want it to. This is working like clockwork right now. Now with mid-tier 1 broken, the accessibility of the purple buff comes into question for RRQ Tora, right? They needed to use that mid-pressure early on to control the rotations. And now that they've kind of lost that foothold in the map, Team Vamos can now start pressuring the side lanes if they wanted to. Most likely not going to happen. It's going to be like a 4-1 split most of the time.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about when it came to RQ. They had a good start, but you can see how when things don't really go their way, Sabat's gonna try and dodge Falling Star Moon, surrounded by 2. I don't think he'll get out of this one, so the Kingdom finds one back.
He whiffed. It's very tight mechanics. They have not increased the hitbox of that knockout strike. So if you whiff it, you're not gonna get your charge back. In the meantime, Vamos again. That 4-1 may have been broken, but that 4 is strong. And look at the coverage. Even Clockwood making sure that there's no real way to have access to that back line.
Right now, Natco already out farming Rough, and we know how scary he is on this carry. Zkeep's gonna go ahead and freeze Dyrant in place. Natco already doing a lot of damage, one hit from the kill, but they find another more valuable target. Gary gets spotted in the tri-brush.
Oh, very nice, very nice. They're making sure Natco is the main damage dealer, and they can't do anything about him when his ult is popped. Witty scared to walk up, and just the off chance he walks into Natco's autos. At this point, Vamos in full control. 1.7k now turning into a 2.1k lead as they extend it further into RRQ territory.
It's slightly slower, but a lot more deliberate from Vamos. You can see Nako can literally stand in the bush and ambush Siren, and here comes Zkeep to last the final blow. Another free tower fed into the carry. And this is now looking scary for RQ.
Yep, one more component away until we see the full complete build from Natco. He's almost got Trinity at this point, and Subot, he's doing a very good job. He's holding people off. Unfortunate that he missed out on his mechanics earlier, but he's covering the waves, and that's what Paquito brings to the table. He's the fastest clear, and he travels around the arguably faster than Vendetta.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of panic seep in. RQ clearly not really knowing what they're supposed to do on the map right now, especially after that gank failed up top. They literally traded objective control to try and pick off this Paquito, and honestly, even if they succeeded, I wouldn't have said it was the most worth it.
Yeah, don't know what the cost analysis is going to look like here, but look at the full items and exactly how I envisioned it to be. A 4.1k, 3-item carry. Natco is going to be the main focus here.
Look at just how aggressively Natco can position. He knows his team has his back. This is Natco's carry in a nutshell. The gold lead, 1.2k in favor of the carry of Wide Berth, already done with the Trinity, working on the next item. And that 4.7k gold lead looking dangerous.
Yep. Now looking at Sabot's build, he is following almost one-to-one how Sanford was building his matchup against Mr. Flap on the Esme, right? First item, you're looking for that Hunter Strike. Second item, some people are thinking maybe Malefic Roar is good. Here, instead, we go for the opposite. We go for the Heft. Wait, hold on.
Zkeep, he's looking for it. No, not even going to commit Fatal Links yet. He doesn't need to. He does get lifted up, so he will die, but his job is done because Witty falls in return. Look at Natco. The Lord collides into the crystal. Still, it's only 10 minutes in, but they do get the lift up. Natco in trouble. Has to flicker out. Blazing into it to chase them, but this is no damage. Natco survives despite it all. And Vamos sticks around.
Oh man, Natco able to out-sustain with the help of his autos. But that was a little messy coming in from Vamos admittedly. Like, they should, and they need to make a decision. Are they walking in for the fight or nah?
Sabot actually winning out that 1v1, getting away. Natco definitely went a little too aggro right there. Could have been punished hard for that one, because Vamos does need their goal laner to keep pushing, but we can see that hold on, mid lane, they find Witty, AOG comes out, Gary tries to go for the gang, Pilot Rhythm cancels out, Subot comes in from behind, punches him, but Natco actually does fall. Arcutora found their 40, but can they survive? Two-man Fatal Link from Zkeep, picks up the 2 tanks, and the 2 tanks are gone, no longer existing on the field, even without the marksman. Clockwood nearly dies to Fractor, but he'll be able to escape. Retreat keeps Subot away. Meanwhile, Zkeep gonna tank the tower. Violet Requiem gonna be committed. They find another. Ruff goes down. Only Gary left standing. Does Vamos want to end right here? Fracture doesn't get the kill. They get the knockup. Gary just barely survives. Clears the minion wave. They'll hold for now.
Woo! All right. At least Air 44 didn't end up trading over. Sabot, I think it's clear. He's a little rusty, but he's got the instincts. He's doing everything that you want the Paquito to do. Sometimes he whiffs just a little bit, but it's not the end of the world.
Just Paquito things.
It's just Paquito things, right? It's either you hit it or you miss it. And either way, Subot at least is getting the correct target priority. Hey, I'm trying to zone away Gary. I'm trying to make sure that Ruff is afraid when I have my cooldowns up, and that's the thing. It's all about maintaining those cooldowns. He's not leaving auto attacks in every single time. He's not actively trading to maintain war axe stacks. No, he's in and out. Simple as that.
But look at where Gary is. They do commit the Fatal Links. They'll catch Witty, but they miss the Violet Requiem. AOT used defensively to get out. Meanwhile, Gary from behind fractures the lineup for Vamos. 2 of the cores are taken out instantly. Subot trying to play the hero 1v4 in the back line. But Kim able to run away this time. Double kill for Ruff while Tyron zones. And that is a throw if I've ever seen one from Vamos.
Unfortunate. Missed mechanics. That's the only way that they lose this. They have a composition that can deal with RQ Toro quite easily if necessary, but it all depends on whether or not they make sure that they don't miss. How? Fatal Links into Magic, now that should be an easy combination. You have all the time in the world to set it up and even watch the animation in slow motion to land it.
But I think we gotta give props to Gary for that one. The ambush play setup. Vamos was not expecting it. And Natko has been dead early in these fights. Twice in a row now. This carries momentum being halted heavily. And Ruff just got a double kill as well. That'll even up the net worth.
Let's see. Let's see whether he's actually caught up in terms of the net width. Actually, he has. He's only 200 off to catch up to Natko at this point, which is more than enough because that means his Trinity is also complete. With a dead even 41 to 41, we now have to look at the people who scale. And this is my biggest problem with RIQ Tora. Sure, Dyren can make the fight last long as he wants to, but I think it's Natko who wins that out. Ruff, on the other hand, needs to burst out Natko, but it's Winsome nature that he has to deal with.
Pretty much. We know that Claude is very much fail-safe if things go wrong as long as he's able to scale. But he is basically the only late-game core that RQ have to play around with. You can see it still takes him a while to actually burn through Zeke. Gary, once again, oh, error! He knows! He found him! The Violent Requiem locks down the Nolan, and they take him out! The same trick won't work twice.
Wowza, wowza. Make sure to keep it. Again, great instinct. Great instinct from Arrow 404. That's how he should be looking to play this Guinevere. And once again, Sumpah trying to hold his own onto the mid side.
Oh, he survives. That's a heavy left punch right there. Gets the shield back. Zeke now looking for a pickup. He sees them. The freeze comes through and Ruff goes down. Window Nature not going to save him in that case. The final fatal links on Witty. Going to pull him forward while Sumpah zones the back. AOG going to be used. Witty gets out. Dyren will tank a good amount here. So RQ only loses one.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Really sick tech coming in from Zeke. He comes on and trying to make sure that he guarantees the stun, knowing that he's been sticking on to the same target for long enough to try and trigger the passive. So again, there's multiple layers that somebody has to do. Like Ruff thinking, wait, do I purify right now? He still has ult, but again, the bodies haven't combined yet, but his passive is about to go off.
And even the Wind of Nature couldn't save him because Clawkun just comes in and blasts him in the face full of lead. Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive hits like a truck. And now, the last item completed from Natko.
I disagree with the Rose goal, but I'm assuming that he's got way too much money.
Maybe. Because, yeah, you probably wouldn't want to build that against Esme, but
the only way you die is either to like Gary and Ruff ulting you at the same time, right?
Yeah.
You seed and then you get hit by either Ruff or Gary, you die anyway, so that there's a no-brainer there, so it's just the wand that you need.
well, we'll see whether that works out for him there, because it's a lot harder to item swap off a Rose Gold than Immortality, for example. But Vamos will take control of the Lord first. Net worth difference is still even, I will say.
Yep. Looking at item builds as well, already completed. Majority are getting into their max build as well. Almost prime position here, but just look at the way that they're going to have to think about this fight, right? Because no matter what, Sumpah is always going to be able to clear faster than Dyren. So they can play this game forever.
Dyren doing a really good job of holding the mid side, actually doing some good poke as well. Clawkun. Zeke gonna start zoning. Because Dyren is around, Sumpah can't just go willy-nilly and start split pushing waves. It's always going to be a 4-1 split from both teams.
Beautiful stuff coming out from RQ. Again, the push and pull is important. This is what we call the Lord Dance, right? And it's for good reason. But at least we're expanding it from outside of the Lord Pit and pushing and pulling closer towards the mid lane of the river. Oh, here we go.
Sumpah coming in. He's going to aim for Ruff. Does a lot of damage to Claws right away, but gets stopped. Meanwhile, Zeke going to be freezing the fight in the middle of the river. Sumpah going to get slowly burnt down. AOG used defensively. Sumpah somehow actually gets out of that situation. And they find the Light of Requiem. Going to force Dyren to purify out of the position. But beaten Vamos use a lot. Fades on Links on two. Into the knockout strike. But Ruff comes in blazing towards in the back. Natko going to be able to survive. Clawkun picks up the mega kill. It is an absolute back and forth. Sumpah, how is he still alive? Sumpah going back in, trying to brush down Kim, but that's going to be the end of it. Finally, Clawkun nearly trades for Ruff, both on very low HP, and the rest of Vamos coming in. RQ going to need to disengage from this position, but Kim probably not getting out of this one, logically speaking. Natko going to flicker away from Lantern, picks him up, Fracture comes through, Ever falls to the respawn of Gary.
Not sure whether the flicker was necessary coming in from Natko, but take what you will. Take as much as you can. We're already getting into the ultra late game, and finally we see the item swap. Oh, this is dangerous. Because again, the push and pull is amazing, but at the same same time, look at how unprepared, like a majority of the members here from Vamos actually are on the re-engage, right? Natko, no spinning light. Well, he already used it early on into the middle of the fight. Suppa also had already used his cooldowns as well. This is a very coin flip moment for Vamos, and that's why Zekif is great. He finds those little moments to try and table flip it against RRQ Tora, but it comes at a certain degree of risk.
It really does, and we can see here why Atlas is being prioritized so much for his ability to just control momentum in kind of a similar way to Marcel, just not as flashy in the way that it happens. Team Vamos will regain control over the Lord, but RQ now are the ones holding the slight goal lead. Still, Sabat not able to split push evenly.
But show top side right now because they're taking control over this Lord pit in the most critical areas. Without it, until he shows, RQ Tora ain't gonna move out too far. And I think that Vamos right now just need to start bluffing. They gotta bluff as if he's here.
Well, the conceal gonna come out, but literally pops it in front of the hold on. Violet Rugby, they find Witty in the bush. Revitalize, keeps him alive for a while, but Nako is there. The carry is literally designed for situations like this. The Katana goes down. Sabat's in the back line. He finds Rob Sabakino! He found the target, and now Vamos is going all in like a zebra. Flicker Fatal Links catches Gary as well mid-air. He's gonna have to use the Winter Crown, but we all know that Gary is not getting out of this one. Vamos have taken out 4 members of RRQ, and now the Kingdom is looking to drop their first game. The crystal is open. They're literally diving the fountain. Vamos takes game number 1.
No Lord, no problem. Just come up with one hell of a good fight, and that should be that last nail in the coffin. But it's not over just yet. RQ Tora now recognizing, hey, this similar game plan that we've been trying day after day, 2 times in the regular season against Vamos, it just does not work. But I gotta give it to Vamos though. Good drafting on their part.
It wasn't the cleanest game, but having a solid hero composition made it easier for them to make up for some of those mistakes. I will give props to the Kingdom. They look a little better. They're able to respond to some of the things that Vamos is doing and actually punish them to drag the game out longer. But there's still some things that need to be worked on to deal with the current version of Vamos.
Yeah, I think that it's not that Vamos is not prone to mistakes. They've got really good ideas. The question is, when they roll the dice, is it in their favor? Sometimes the mechanics says no. And I don't mind that coin flip as much, but let's hear this next segment.
Ooh, what a game that was. We can have a look at the highlights once again, but I think you are right, Gideon. Sometimes it is that coin flip. I think what really makes the difference, though, is that Vamos takes that coin flip every time. They are not afraid to gamble. And a lot of teams fall into that pitfall where it's like, oh, I don't want to take the risk of losing, so I'm just not going to do anything.
Yep, and they're not afraid to try, and I don't mind it, but they do it with a short leash. They're like, okay, if somebody's gonna try something, it's either Zekif or Sabai. Or Error, you had your chance. You whiffed it the last time, and Zekif was probably like, that's also on me, that's also on me. But overall, the combos need to be consistent. That way, RRQ Tora truly are scared, because you can see the moments of which, hey, we can start getting a little disrespectful. Moments like this, for an example, which ended up pretty good for Vamos. But at the same time, how many of these holes do you want to expose?
Exactly. I think RRQ was willing to make some things happen, but when things didn't go their way, it's just instantly back into safety mode of like playing to not lose.
Yeah.
Right? And that can work, but it does result in situations where Sabat just comes into your back line and punches Ruff in the butt, and he's dead, and you no longer have damage, right? Team Vamos is able to make these sort of things happen, so you cannot just hope that they'll fight you honestly.
Yeah, I also think that people need to relook at the Esme problem. It's not as well, I wouldn't even say it's a problem. I just think she's not that good in comparison to Paquito.
Yeah.
She completely outskills him and eventually beats him in that 1v1, which is totally fine. And that's assuming that Paquito didn't take the War Axe to begin with, right? That's the only thing that differentiates that matchup. It's just that the late game team fight, she kind of provides nothing here. The only person she could technically really absolve is Claw Kun.
Pretty much. Like, Esmeralda's a really good 1v1 opponent for the Paquito, right? She beats him early in lane, she can match his split pushing, and she doesn't die to the 1v1. But That's about it.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you want someone to sandbag team fights, Uranus is better. Hylos is better. If you want someone to actually 1v1, then you could go into Benedetta. Heck, you could even go to Rizla for the setups. Esme just kind of stands there.
Yeah, and that's my biggest problem with it, is because there's too many times where we see the Esme just... I'm trying to threaten people, but it's a team fight composition in their front line. Like, I can hurt them, but the Natco, that guy melts me. I cannot walk up, and I don't have any battle spells to keep myself alive for that long. So overall, I think that at least for RRQ, once they get back onto that blue side, they need to start figuring out, I want to see what the RQ opener starts looking like, right? Are they going to give Paquito over to Dairen? What are they going to do? Because so far, it feels like Vamos are following a very similar script to the regular season, and it's a little sad that RRQ still fall within that mold.
Yeah, Vamos knows that their strategy works. They know their players are comfortable with this style of gameplay, so they stick to it. And it happens to be a very good fit for the meta right now. RQ, unfortunately, is still playing pretty standard, and that can work. We've seen plenty of teams make it happen, but you still got to be able to expand your ideas about it here. And they already revealed very early on that, hey, this is what we're going to be doing in the draft.
Yep. And the second thing is that I feel like it's just not enough research has been done, right? Especially when it comes down to, hey, what exactly are we going to be doing in terms of the bans? I would say that there is an honest argument of letting that Harith through if they are on red side. Just to say, you know what? Even if we don't lock in that Claw, at least there'll be a different option, assuming that you prefer that more than the Paquito. And I think that's going to happen in game number 3.
But we've also been seeing across various leagues that Hardest pick rate has actually been taking quite a decline recently. The hero just isn't as popular as he was earlier in the season because there's a lot of ways of handling him now, and Claude still outscales.
Of course. But it comes down to whether or not most of the time it really boils down to the player, right? I think that some people are just not as confident in their Harith once they have the items compared to Claude just in general, right? Claude has a lower ceiling with how many buttons you actually have to press. Not as many as Harith, unfortunately.
That is true. Rob still ends up as the rich guy since he's basically farming the entire game, but Clawkun, Zkeef, the mid duo from Vamos, once again showing their dominance. They were actually losing lane early on because of the hero picks, but found that momentum. I think Zkeef played a very clean Atlas, one of the best I've seen across various leagues.
Yep, very, very nicely played as well. Again, it's the kind that allows just enough pressure so that you can breathe, but not enough space for your opponents to get too comfortable with. Which is like an awkward space that all roamers need to figure out here. But let's just look at the gold graph real quick. Now, here's where I have my biggest problem. You see them almost starts taking that lead back up into that 5K, and they completely drop the ball right at that 13th minute. And again, a lot of that comes down to that one misplay of, hey, I missed the Fatal Links into the Magic Dump. That is our main engagement combo.
And then they didn't know that Gary was behind them. That's a little bit more forgivable because they probably got a little overconfident in RQ staying on their side of the map. And after that, Error 4-4 made the really cool read in the bush. But our MVP of Game 1, of course, it's Paquito making his grand return to the playoff stage.
Yep, finding him again, finding the Claude at the perfect moment. Literally, your whole job is just to be in a little attention seeker, you know? You're trying to pull that currency, you want people to look at you. So he shows up mid, Esme comes on over, and all of a sudden, you have all of RRQ moving towards the mid side of the map just to deal with him.
His job is to make you regret bringing a gun to the fist fight, which is, it's a funny reversal, but it works here. That is the standard build we are seeing for Paquito nowadays. Good mix of damage as well as sustainability, and we can see why this hero has been increasing so much in appearance.
When are we gonna get Paquito, but it's Chuck Norris?
We already got Manny Pacquiao.
That's the thing. I wanted to make the exact same jokes, but it's way funnier in MPL PH than it is here. So it's like, cultural relevance.
We're gonna be getting another collab soon, I heard.
Oh, that's true. If it's Chuck Norris. Oh my goodness, Woody. The Expendables 4, except it's an MLBV. That's the dream. But overall, I do want to see what RQ has to show on the blue side, right? I don't think they're going to go on red side again. I think that the blue side meta is pretty straightforward in terms of what the bans are supposed to be, with an exceptional few scenarios.
What I really want to see right now is just, what is the identity of the kingdom still? Because I'm not really seeing that. They had a lot of personality when the season started of being this aggressive team fight oriented comp.
That's true.
Once that failed, it's kind of like they never really figured out what they are as a team anymore.
Well, I think they're just going back to the basics, right? It goes to show that they're looking for comforts overall, and then after that we look into the game, they're highly focused on trying to like make sure that the map rotations kind of work for them, even though the laning phase have not been the greatest. And I think that's like something very reminiscent of what was that particular matchup called? I can't remember the lore accurate name, but Yuzong has got a cool new skin that you guys should probably check out for the 2026 All-Star event available already. So team up and die for the fortune, because again, if you haven't died for it yet, you probably aren't playing hard enough.
All Stars always brings new stuff, always brings cool stuff, right? We got the new map, we got the new lord, got the new skin. If you guys haven't already started on this event, I hope it's not too late. Right, because there is catch up, right? Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Because I haven't.
Gotta make sure. Keep yourselves on your toes here. Now we're gonna be throwing it over to our next segment, one that I'm very excited for. We got Poji on the opposite side. Poji, who are you talking to?
Terima kasih rakan Gasta. Anda kembali bersama saya Puji untuk satu women's call dengan orang yang jauh datang dari seberang. Inilah dia Gasta Kolius. Apa khabar Kolius?
Hai Moji.
Jadi macam mana selepas anda tengok prestasi RRQ dalam game yang pertama? Okey ke?
Tidak oke. Because I think early game dari RRQ in terms of objective sedikit kurang. That's why Famos benar-benar melakukan pressure yang sangat amat bagus dari early game-nya. Sebenarnya mereka udah bagus di momen Lord kedua atau di menit ke-12, di mana ketika Gary melakukan flanking tadi, namun ternyata overextend dari Gary membuat map control dari teman-teman RRQ Tora harus hilang.
Faham. Jadi masih lagi banyak yang perlu improvement ke kalau untuk mereka mengunci kemenangan untuk game hari ini?
Pasti Poji, karena memang kalau bila saya lihat selama regular season, Raf dan juga Gary itu sering melakukan gerakan yang jadi merugikan untuk tim RRQ Tora. But memang di babak playoff ini atau di game pertama, gerakan tersebut sudah mulai berkurang. Tapi memang problemnya adalah mereka harus tetap improve. Dan saya percaya RRQ Tora pasti bisa untuk comeback nantinya.
Baik. Kalau macam tu, Kolius, pada pendapat awak sendirilah untuk di pentas playoff ini kan macam awak cakap daripada regular season sampai ke game yang pertama tadi. Awak rasa ada tak peningkatan ataupun improvement yang besar sebenarnya yang berlaku dekat RRQ Tora? Sebab kita faham dekat leg yang kedua mereka sedikit jatuh ke bawah.
Betul, terutama ketika mereka harus bertemu dengan Famos, mereka harus kalah dua-duanya kan. Leg 1 dan leg 2 mereka harus kalah dari Famos. But again dibilang dari segi improvement, saya melihat RRQ Tora ini udah mulai disiplin, udah mulai bergerak itu tidak melakukan gerakan yang terlalu beresiko tinggi, walaupun memang tadi sempat ada momen di mana Gary harus terpick off di area jungle lawan kan. Tapi itu pasti masih bisa diimprove. Saya percaya bahwa Coach Sasa adalah orang yang pintar dan untuk players RRQ juga pastinya bakal berkembang.
Mungkin mereka akan cuba cari jalan untuk cari kemenangan. Tapi Kolius, anda sebagai penyokong kuat untuk pasukan Indonesia. Jadi hari ini dekat playoff kita boleh tengok dua pasukan daripada Indonesia, BTRM dan juga RRQ lolos ke playoff. Apa perasaan awak lepas awak tengok, wah bagusnya dua tim Indonesia berjaya? Sebangga ke tak?
Sangat-sangat bangga, Poji, karena melihat RRQ dan juga Bigetron yang berasal dari Indonesia saat ini sedang bertanding nih di babak play-ins untuk MPL Malaysia playoff itu sendiri. Jadi saya melihat pastinya dengan libur kurang lebih 2 pekan untuk mereka terus latihan, terus improve apa kekurangan mereka selama di regular season. Saya berharap ini bakal menjadi pertunjukan yang sangat amat bagus di babak playoff ini.
Okey, pada pendapat awak sendiri kan, apakah impact yang terbesar sebenarnya bila ada organisasi daripada Indonesia masuk ke MPL Malaysia?
Wah, karena mungkin saya percaya sebelum RRQ dan juga Bigetron masuk pun MPL Malaysia itu udah sangat amat bagus. Karena saya sendiri sering banget untuk melihat MPL Malaysia. Tapi ketika RRQ, Bigetron juga masuk ke MPL Malaysia, jadi banyak nih penonton dari Indonesia yang penasaran dan tertarik untuk menonton dari MPL Malaysia itu sendiri. That's why jadinya banyak banget muncul pendukung atau pensokong seperti dari RRQ Kingdom dan juga Biget Troopers.
banyaklah lagi ramai fan, lagi ramai lagi bersemangat lah kan macam tu. Baik, Colliers, sebelum kita nak tutup lah soalan dan sebagainya kan. Lepas habis je MPL Malaysia akan ada MPL Indonesia punya playoff. Pada pendapat awak lah, siapakah wakil Indonesia yang akan pergi ke EWC Paris?
Wah, pertanyaan yang berat ya, Poji.
Ya.
Tapi jika dari konsistensi, saya rasa tim Onyx adalah satu tim yang bisa mewakilkan Indonesia di EWC. Tapi satu lagi itu yang jujur, tim-tim lain pun sedang improve. Tapi jika melihat bagaimana performance mereka di babak regular season kemarin, saya rasa EVOS bisa menjadi kandidat yang kuat untuk mewakilkan Indonesia.
Mantap, EVOS di sini. Alright, itu saja daripada saya dan untuk Colliers. Anything to say kepada semua fan-fan Malaysia ataupun fan Indonesia yang tengah menonton MPL Malaysia sekarang?
Buat para penonton semuanya, keep supporting, keep sokong untuk MPL Malaysia karena ini juga udah babak playoff. Kita juga bakal melihat siapa nanti perwakilan dari Malaysia untuk ke EWC-nya, dan salam teman serumpun.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye, Colliers.
Bye.
Itulah dia sedikit sebanyak input ataupun juga pendapat dia berkenaan dengan RRQ, BTRM dan juga Indonesia yang datang ke Malaysia. Dan itu sahaja daripada saya di pentas VMix Call. Jom kita terus masuk ke meja caster semula.
Thank you so much, Boji. And of course, we got Kolios on the opposite side, again, giving his comments and his ideas. And even now making some, I wouldn't even say bold predictions, but his suspicions of who's going to be representing Indonesia this coming EWC.
It's actually a pretty rare occasion for us to be having our playoffs before MPL ID. We're usually the last ones.
Or it happens at the same time.
That's true. Well, this time around, we get a little bit of a head start to find out who our representatives are going to be. And right now, both these teams are vying for that. RQ gonna swap over to blue side this time around. So now the question becomes, right? You asked already, what is that blue side dynamic for them?
I want to see what their leading strong hand is going to be, right? Because every single time we've seen them, okay, we got to get something good for Dyron, right? Dyron needs to get something great. We got Ruff as well. Also, you got to give us something great. Oh, we also have, oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
I just was not expecting royalty to be here.
That is quite something. We are a little bit starstruck right now, speechless. But yeah, we're getting a lot of VIPs coming around, I think, for this entire playoffs to kind of brighten up the venue. Especially, I'm sure, the grand finals is going to be so full in here. So looking forward to seeing you guys out there who already got the tickets.
Yep, again, still plenty of things and activities to do. Not to mention watch party that's going to be happening for the last 3.
That's true. I need to go see. I haven't seen how big the screen is.
That's the thing. They haven't told us much about it. We haven't had much time to get around. But let's talk about Zkib's growth by the numbers. Because now, obviously, there's a big influx in games. So you would be surprised that his numbers are actually getting better despite the total volume of games increasing.
I mean, we already knew that Zkib was someone to keep an eye on. What, did he debut last season or 2 seasons ago? I can't remember.
I want to say 2 seasons ago.
Probably, right?
It had to be a full year, at least.
Was he in Vamos last year? No. Where was he last year? Arrow. Was it?
Yes.
Yes, Arrow. Yeah. So 2 seasons ago. Still, honestly, a pretty new player overall. But even from his debut season, people were already like, ooh, this new rover is something else. And he is continuing to improve every season.
Yeah, he's same alongside with Nova Escobar, right? Again, both supports have come up from a very long history, but at the very least now, they're going to be competing on the biggest stage and potentially a chance to go to France if they can just win this series out. Let's see what the strong hand from RRQ is going to look like here on the random map draw. Broken Walls.
Ooh, okay. Broken Walls. Always an interesting map to watch. Facilitates a lot of early game rotations in the jungle, especially for slower tanks. And of course, you got those fun objective contests.
Hey, big shouts over to East Malaysians out there, whether from Sarawak or Sabah, Dakan. We love you guys. All right. What?
Interesting. Fanny Harley ban on blue side.
Is that really the opener? What are we worried about here? I guess they want to play around. Oh, don't tell me that Kim still doesn't feel comfortable playing anything else.
Magic is my life. Your team is...
They ban Harif as well.
I'm gonna take a wild guess that either RRQ opens up with Claude or they're gonna go straight into the Zushin. That's what I think is gonna happen. Because this is a pretty bizarre thing to ban. Like I get the Fanny, the Harley not so much.
Yeah, it also feels like a bit of a waste because these are two heroes that you could contest on blue side oftentimes.
Yeah, or you could just like play Guinevere or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, they could be going Guinevere first, but we haven't really seen too much success in that regard. And Vamos bans the Marcel.
I wonder if Gary is comfortable playing Gwyn. And I wonder if Valdo knows whether or not he is or isn't comfortable with it.
We've seen Gary play Guinevere once or like a couple times in the regular season, but I will say it never really felt the best.
Yeah,
He is more of a clean-up jungler.
Exactly. It wasn't anything like too crazy. It wasn't like an Uni style of like big flashy plays or like a more calm and collected style of Air 4-4, but he just hits it when you need it. And there we go. Hey, the Zushin as expected. No surprises there. Vamos.
I mean, of course, it's gonna be Guinevere and the Fauve. A very solid opening from Vamos
I think this game is kind of over.
already.
Well, let's see, because here I'm expecting to see like something along the lines of like Uranus and then double it up. I don't know if they're going to get the Gato all over again, and plus it's not like they have much information to kind of run off. I think that going for the marksman is okay. The jungle, they probably might want to lock it in just a little earlier, but I think their priority is always towards rough, so it might be marksman first, and then potential flex jungle, or do they just show EXP? Oh, I don't think doesn't really matter though.
I think Claude is a pretty safe bet. So neither of that sounded like Claude. It's Kalaya YSS instead. Okay, RQ shifting into a more active mid trio.
Okay, do I like this? Do I like this? I am on the fence on this one, and really why? Because again, it's making a hard call, and I think that what's nice at least is that Yi Shin is still flexible into the gold. That's the only thing that's really beneficial about this overall. Going into that gold lane, you've already affected it, because no matter who's in gold, we'll have to take Purify because of the Kalia's existence.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that multiple Purifies tends to be the answer whenever Kalea shows up, so if RQ is smart, they'll pick up a hero that can punish that sort of situation, things that might necessitate Flicker instead. But Vamos will go ahead and snatch up the Claude for themselves to give themselves a little more late game insurance.
All right, let's see what else. Let's see what else. The carry gets banned out. I like that a lot. I like that so much, in a matter of fact, because this is also showing recognition that there is a possibility that Vamos could just say, you know what, now that carry's out of the picture, let's just move the Guinevere over. We can actually have a tank jungler come in instead and have Guinevere as a support if necessary, and we can wait until the final pick to do that.
That is a possibility, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be a tank jungle. They can still put Quinn Rome and then put like Nolan in the jungle just to farm as fast as the YSS and deny RQ's early game pressure. With the carry already gone, I'm wondering if they do want to ban the Clint or the Muskov on top of that, just to deny more from Ruff.
That's a good point, actually. It's a good point. I'm trying to think if there are any other like potential bad matchups, because no matter what, I feel like unless we see them reveal it straight away, reveal bigger indicators, I think that it's either we're going to land on Moskov here or this Yi Shin is going to be a flex. That's what I think.
Have we seen Ruff play YSS?
No, but at the same time, I don't trust him playing Granger in a setup that clearly does not have the damage for it.
Granger just doesn't feel very good anymore at all. So
well, it's not the worst. It's just not the best. It's not like a Harry.
It just doesn't feel very good.
It's not a Claude, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, like he's a little too edgy nowadays.
He's a little too edgy. He's a performative male. He does music and likes guns. Unnecessary.
Maybe he's compensating for something.
Yeah. He's the one compensating. I can't believe it. Talking to the guy who dances around with a monkey.
Yeah.
It's tough comparisons here.
All right, let's move on from talking smack about Granger right now when he's not here to respond. The Atlas does get banned out with the glue, so RQ thinks quite likely it is Guinevere jungle, and I am still leaning a little bit more towards Guinevere jungle as well.
I'm fine. It just means that they're going to win out the mid lane just a little bit harder. But what I do think is a bit of a mistake is that instead of the glue, I would have preferred to see the Gatot instead. You're already running Yish and Shin. It's unlikely that you're going to get caught by the glue most of the time. And now the Gatot goes for free over to Vamos, and now this mid doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the direct counter to the Kalea. Has been for a very, very long time. Not to mention, free way of getting out if you do get caught by that Kalea or Zusin. So very solid. Not to mention the AOG combo with the Guinevere. Right now, they already have multiple knockups to pair with the hero. This is something Vamos really likes to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But I don't know. This opening from RQ just feels so weak, right? Zushin into Kalia, like why would you show your mid duo and a mid duo that isn't even like hyper powerful?
Yeah.
It's not like Gato Zushin like we saw in the previous game. It's not even like I lost Zushin, which would have been even more terrifying.
Or even like Khalid Zusin. Obsidia. Actually not too bad an idea. If you're able to scale into that late game, catch the claw, then you basically win for sure. But you gotta get there first. And they're gonna have the Terizla in the EXP lane to try and sandbag the Phoveus. So RQ is playing a slightly more active lineup, but they are still trying to hedge their bets onto more of a late game scale.
Yeah. Does Vamos go... Does Klopko want to go Valentina again? I feel like there's no need. I feel like arguably even Sicilion isn't that bad here.
Wow.
There's like a lot of things he can play. Yeah, you know what? Just play an artillery mage. Play
I thought like the Eve is good. Zetian also maybe an option to if you want to match up map vision.
Oh, that's true. And also a great way to kind of set everybody up.
But sounds like an Eve. Very solid duo with the Gatot Kacha. So Vamos has good team fight, has good catch. I am still liking their draft a little bit more, but I think that RQ can make things happen if they are active with this mid trio.
That's the thing, right? The mid trio is just not as good. It's just not as good compared to RRQs. Like, I don't see them winning too many 3v3s unless the side lanes get involved. And thankfully, at the very least, they've got a Terizla to kind of deal with the majority of that problem, right? We need this Terizla to get out of this lane and win us these free team fights to make sure that Obsidian eventually scales at the end. Putting the compositions side by side, it starts to become a little bit clearer, right? Vamos, they want the team fight. They want this team fight to actually drag out as long as possible to eventually get the win.
And we will see whether or not they're able to achieve that. Because right now, Vamos already won a game up in our very first best of 5 of the playoffs. Will they be able to push themselves forward, put themselves at match point, or will the Kingdom find a way back to the glory days? Let's jump back into the land of Dawn.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out. First map already. It's 0-1, and RRQ needs to bring this and equalize the score to maintain some kind of mental and momentum in this game. Did Zekiv take taunt level 1? Why? Why would you take taunt level 1? Just,
Maybe it's an emergency upgrade to get away.
It should never be the case, but okay. All right, I guess they wanted to contest this little one, even though they get basically for free.
Well, much stronger mid duo, like you pointed out, for Vamos. Quite easy for them to bring error over, grab that litho.
Dude, ZK, stop trying to trade here. Stop trying to just clear the wave and start moving on. We don't need what are we doing here? What are we doing?
I mean, it depends on whether or not they actually want to make something happen on the map anywhere. If not, then they probably just want to freeze and play a little bit safer, since the Yisun Shin does farm pretty quick.
I agree with you there, but at the same time, it's just it's a matter of how you need to position yourself in the lane, right? If you want Zekiv wants to be in a position where he's punishing Witty specifically. Like, he wants Witty to only punch him. If he punches the minions, he heals up from it. So if he's standing on top of those targets, he wants to make sure that he has the dot on top, and then Clog could eventually add up on that damage, right? That's the most ideal scenario. But if Zekiv positions himself like too far away from the wave, he's getting kind of no value at all.
You're definitely right about that one. Dyren gonna be pulled over fairly early on, as we expected the Terizla is going to win that matchup against the Phoveus at this point. But he does also end up potentially missing some minions if they try to rush this. We see the Mountain Shocker, RQ want to blitz this. They're gonna go for the jump, get the Violet Requiem on Kalea. RWM comes out. Subba jumps into the backline, zones Gary away entirely to give the free turtle to Error 404. Diamond gonna go down to first blood. Error 404 survives, and now Kim gonna be chased down as well. Will the Purify save him? The answer is no. Double kill for Subba.
What a surprise! Vamos have a stronger team fight right now, especially since their main win condition for the side of RRQ Tora isn't online. Without the Tsunami Slam, not a lot can really happen here. They don't have the quote-unquote burst that we're looking for. Gary doesn't have his items in just yet. Ruff still going to be scaling until Kingdom Come. Kim doesn't do a burst. Dyron doesn't do that big of a burst. So they really kind of need to coordinate the attacks, especially with the turtle boat, alongside with the penalty zone to coincide and intersect each other.
Yeah, whereas on the opposite side, Team Vamos has already shown that they're very good at operating independently, and they'll usually draft heroes that don't need to play as closely together.
Yo, what happened to this lane?
Like I mentioned, Dyron missed a wave. He joined the turtle.
You lost so much off of this. I was thinking like at least 50% behind. Not a full level. Which means I would...
Well, Sapat also got 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Sapat got 2 kills, which I think is also fair, but it probably tells us that he also got a majority of the EXP crabs in the lane itself.
That is true. They are leaning more towards his side of the map, so it's a little easier for him to take them. But you would think that Dyron would be able to zone him under tower a little more effectively. For now, Vamo is already a strong lead. Were he able to dodge the taunt? Otherwise, that would have been a sure kill.
Yeah. Let's quickly look at the items, see what people are building. It looks like full tank build for both Sapat and alongside with Dyron. The glowing wands haven't been completed just yet. Gleaming gem purchased by Kim, so he's going to be a little bit slower in comparison to Kwakun.
Why did you say Dyron like it was a... like, why was your emphasis on Dyron so different?
On Dyron's so different?
It's like, I'm seeing, hold on, they catch Subba down bottom, 3v1, but AOG comes in to save him. Revitalize heals him up, and now Subba's the one taking the fight. Look at the damage! He's standing up so much. Gary goes down first. Subba's literally diving the tower. He literally does not care. He flickers out, gets the 2-man dark wave again. Look at Subba! Subba's still going. He gets a double kill. He'll eventually die, but man, he already did so much more than he needed to. And now the blazing duet melts down 2 members of RQ. They are literally under their tower. Dyron picks up his own double, but Error gets the turtle. Nako comes in. Do they really want this kill? Can they get it? No, he wants the gold. Why not at this point? Vamos making out like bandits.
That's great. This is great. This is how disrespectful Vamos can get. And honestly, it's 100% justified. Ruff doesn't connect the Hunter boat. He was so close. Error 404, good eyes there.
Error honestly been reacting really, really well. I could tell that he was a little nervous at the start of game 1, but he seems to have picked himself back together very, very quickly. Vamos 2k gold lead, 5 kills to 2. Sabat is a problem at 4 kills currently. RQ needs to figure something out.
I don't know where Dyron messed up so badly in his lane that has gone this far. Like, he should be first out of the lane, like always as to Rizla. And then afterwards, like, finding the engagement after like the laning phase isn't that bad compared to some of the other matchups once Phoveus hits level 4. But at this stage, not even going for a War Axe, straight into Chastise Polgen. He was just trying to play live. Oh wait, sorry, that is Sabat's side. I was looking at the wrong side. Dyron, just components.
They're trying to 2v1, take the tower down bottom, but this is literally the Phoveus. This is the last person you should be trying to do this to. Vamos gets a free tower up top as well. They already have full map priority. They can walk around with impunity. RWM used AOG to get the knockup. Purify forced out from Kim. Meanwhile, Violet Requiem captures someone. It's Witty in the bush. No more Kalea. Blazing duet into the backline. Tower goes down at the same time. Kim just barely survives on 1 HP. Dyron will all be able to walk out as well. Revitalize keeps Vamos topped up, and they'll walk away.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really rough game for RQ.
Yep.
I don't know how they're gonna pull this one back.
It's even worse than before. And that is a very unfortunate thing to have to say, because this is now turning into an all-out snowball, and we know how Vamos is with their snowballs.
Yeah, I mean, they're especially playing well around Natco, and the fact that Sabat has gotten away with so much already gives them even more space to kind of do whatever they want, right? Era 404 is getting extremely disrespectful walking into enemy territory in full vision, by the way, in full vision, and RQ can't do much about it at this stage. So I think that we're in nuclear disaster protocols. I think everybody should understand that Tora, at this point, they're investing everything into Ruff. They're hoping he's a blue chip stock.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to get to that point, because this is going to be a very long-term investment. And I don't know if the Kingdom has nuclear bunkers to deal with what Vamos is going to be throwing at them. They get the taunt into the Violet Requiem, connects with the Terizla Tyrant. Gonna land the two-man penalty zone into the Tsunami Slam, but look at the backline being completely zoned out by Error and Ziki. Seppa's not even part of the fight yet. He finally arrives. Tyrant has flickered out of the way. Darkwave picks up Witty. He's been alive for quite a while, but Team Vamos gonna force him back home, and even not even gonna allow. How did Error go that far? Killing spree for the Guinevere.
Yep. Once she's targeted you, she's leaping no matter the distance. You just gotta, even a fraction of a second is more than enough for the chase. Really disrespectful coming out from Nako there. Again, most Terizlas look like they're about to die. They're really not. You gotta be careful for that turnaround. That body of Smith passive is really good, especially since damage reduction is by far one of the better stats in the game alongside true damage. But here we go, 36 more seconds until the turtle, until the Lord actually. But Vamos, they're just stealing away resources. 2 levels down between Gary and Era 404.
Nako in 1v1 blazing duet against Ruff. He is going to get caught with the Tsunami Slam, lands the Hunt of Bone, but he's healing through quite a lot of it. Will eventually get focused down by 4 members of RRQ. Ruff gets away, RWM locks them down. Sabat forming the front line, pops a Purify on Kim. And Vamos, unfortunately, not going to find anything here.
Okay, actual mistake coming out from Nako. Very greedy, very bold of him. Yes, they do have a lead, but it's not that big. It's not big enough to really change the course of the game, especially since, does he even have Trinity? He doesn't even have Trinity. He only has the DHS alongside with the Golden Staff. He didn't even have the Corrosion Scythe, and he was like, yes, I can do this.
Overconfidence is always going to be a potential factor when it comes to teams like Vamos. So at least RQ gets a chance to breathe off of that one.
I'll be a little patient here as we see that RQ now trying to hold off on this, and at least the endless battle is done for Gary. So he can take these long, prolonged fights and actually chase down these targets. I just don't see how RQ is gonna poke him out.
Well, it's not impossible. They do have 2 marksmen. Their poke is not bad, even if Ruff is still gonna take a while before it comes online. Vamos gonna be the first ones on top of the Lord, but gonna keep their wits about them. Right now, they don't really have any information to play with.
Yep, and it's too dangerous to really walk up upon, right? If they start walking up, they fall into the sphere of influence that Vamos could engage upon them. And now look, they're wrapping it around while taking the mid, and you can tell that Tora don't want to fully commit. They know that they are given the underhand.
It's a pretty nerve-wracking situation. We're 10 minutes in. Lord, Zkeef gonna scout out that bush. Try to zone them away. Lord dropping low. Mount Sharka comes out. They see everything. Zkeef doing such a good job. 2-man talk from Zkeef. Lock them down on the arm. Tsunami Slam going to be used on Sabat, but really, you're not killing that Phobius anytime soon. In fact, Witty nearly dies. Is able to flicker out at the last second. They lift up Sabat, but again, this Phobius is way too far. Free Lord for Vamos.
Free Lord for Vamos. Unfortunate opportunities missed, but it's all right. At least Tora understand their win condition is basically playing around Witty's cooldowns and whether or not they can break the battle spells, the purifies from Vamos' side. Well, at least for Ruff, let's quickly take a look at where he's currently at, and he just completed his DHS after the Sky Piercer. So, again, 3 items upon 3 items, yet Ruff, we don't know how many stacks he actually has on his bone shards. We know, confirmed, Nako, this is probably the strongest point in the game for him.
Already done with that turn D. Nearly a 1,000 gold lead over the Obsidia, even after the previous mistake. And the Art of the Air locks them down once again. AOG gets 2-man taunt. Mega kill for Error 404 as Vamos runs them down, but Tsunami Slam gonna punish them in return. Zkeef gets dragged under a tower. Shut down from Kim. Picks up the double onto Error 404. They lose their mid tier 2, but they're gonna lift Sabat up as well. RQ Tora fighting back, but Witty will fall eventually. Ruff gonna take that kill, but Blazing to end. He's been holding up to it the whole time, and that's a triple kill for Clockhood.
Again, disrespectful coming out from RQ Tora. They should know Trinity is done. He deals real damage, and now they're looking for the end.
Yeah, this is just a GG angle. It's a 2v1 push into the base. We're not even 12 minutes into the game, but the minions, can they survive long enough? They lose 1, but Nako lands the winning blow. Vamos, 1 game away from making it to the top 4.
Oh, dangerously close. That could have been an extra 2 minutes there. But luckily, Vamos close out the game, and it's find their feet. Their openers, weak. Couldn't deal with the openers from Vamos' side, and now they have to challenge it again coming into game 3.
Hey, it was definitely a risky choice to rush for that, because, yeah, if they both died there without ending the game. That could have been a turnaround angle. We've seen that happen plenty of times, but gotta give props. This is what we were saying about Vamos. They are not afraid to take those risks, and it is paying off dividends.
It's looking good. It's looking really, really good. And a matter of fact, all of the win conditions that they were looking for, it's just not going well, right? They're losing out in lanes where they shouldn't lose. Their mid lane, of course, we were expecting it to lose control very quickly. That's exactly what happens out once you get Gaton up and going. But even then, the decisions, right, coming out from RQ Tora. Why? Oh, they keep saying, hey, we're a team fight composition that's dependent, highly dependent on their ults. Yet they take the first turtle without the Kalia, and then realize, you know what, we actually can't deal with this Phobias. We can't keep fighting forever, right? We still have to kind of work in a means of, hey, we trade cooldown for cooldown, and we just need to get more impact out of ours.
It unfortunately feels like RQ Tora is still a little bit too reactive. Oftentimes, the ones starting fights are Vamos, and the few wins that RQ got was when they were able to successfully punish it, and that did not happen particularly often. We mentioned how they kind of need to make things happen with this mid trio and weren't able to successfully do so, especially once Sapat became this force of nature in the early game. If you're trying to play early game lineup and your enemy EXP laner is already this farmed, it's basically done.
Yeah, it's just too much. Too much to actually deal with, realistically. And I think that right now, I have to admit that Era 404, he's got eyes on the back of his head. He's hyper aware of what is going around, everything around him. And it's not just one directional. He's taken off the covers. He's lost that tunnel vision, which is great to see, but I want to see how long he can actually maintain it. Because I'm looking at his BPM, it's still over 100, very similar to Kim on the opposite side, and it's a battle of like who's maintaining that high score.
Well, you know, a fun fact is that smaller animals tend to have higher heartbeats. So maybe it's just
That's hilarious. That's very funny. Is that...
I believe that is true.
That's smaller animals in general?
I think so.
Is there like a formula, heartbeats per like side volume of animal?
Well, heartbeat per volume.
How else would you measure? I wouldn't just say weight, right? You can't just say weight.
I actually have no idea. I'm gonna need to check this out because if I'm wrong, someone out there is definitely proving me already, but
PETA's already on Twitter. The caster doesn't know what he's talking
this
about.
caster doesn't respect the animal.
Especially the small one. All right.
He's sizist.
He's sizist. I don't know if that's the proper term for this. There probably is one. I'll search Webster's later. But RRQ coming in with this defeat 8-12 overall. Vamos, I think it's getting to a point where it's like, yes, you are dominating, but like, chill, bro. Like, there are a couple of throw angles there that could have gotten way worse rather than trading 1 for 2, which was still in Vamos' favor. But at the same time, I think that as long as RRQ don't win out their lanes, there's no team fight. There's no way they're coming out of this.
It's a really weird sort of situation because Dyron is meant to be the one lane that has that advantage, so they really should be pushing that more, but they pull Dyron away from the wave that he's already pushing to join the turtle fight, loses an entire minion wave, feeds multiple kills to his opponent, and all of a sudden you just have 0 lane priority on the map. You can tell that RQ literally cannot walk anywhere.
It just can't do much about it. And I don't know what's going on because, again, with the tools that they are given, certain things are expected, like, oh, Ruff's not going to have as much pressure. Big whoop, everybody knows that, right? But then you start questioning, how do we get to this position? And it comes down to that weird opener, right? I am fine with Zushin. Why are we pairing it up with Kalia? That is my biggest problem. Like, that could have been Tro. That could have been literally anything else. That could have been Glue.
Feels like RQ is just trying to default to certain strategies that aren't necessarily the most effective anymore, not to mention revealing a lot of their cards early on, because you reveal your mid duo so quickly. It's not even a particularly strong mid duo, as you pointed out, and then you have a Yisan Shin jungle show himself too. And then after that, you're not able to get the best side lanes despite leaving them for later. So there's a weird mispriority in the draft.
Yeah, it's strange, but at the same time, hey, we're not the ones playing here. Vamos more than happy. Keep making these simple mistakes. They love it. And better yet, they're 1 point away from punching themselves into the playoffs here and start on that double elimination.
That is going to be a very feels-good situation for Vamos, but also means RQ Tora are officially backs against the wall. They cannot take another loss, or this will be the end of their journey, and it would be a very unfortunate way to close things out, considering how strong they started. But Nako, man is popping off.
I love it. Personally, I love it. And I know some people are going to be like, glazing imports, of course, but he has significantly improved from the first time we saw him touch the MPL to right now, because this is the most comfortable I've ever seen Natco, right? More fluid with these motions. It's not as stagnant, a lot less stutter stepping, a lot less hesitation, which again is why Natco was picked up in the first place by Vamos. We want you at your strongest. No hesitation, and you can just see him just slide through the cracks of the teams.
Yeah, I love the fact that despite Natco has not really been the highest performer for a very long time, Vamos has stuck around with him. They see the vision, they have that idea of this aggressive lineup, and that's why Natco is going to be our MVP for game number 2. He did make one overconfident mistake of trying to 1v1 the carry, but beyond that, man is doing exactly what he needs to be.
I mean, how can you not be that confident with your 0-2 and 5 KDA? How are you going to dive with double blazing duet didn't get any of those kills? And actually, wait, no, he got 3 assists off of that. I think that the 4th one didn't come through, unfortunately, because it took too long, but sad. It's sad to see. Like, it's just like, come on, give me something, anything.
Yeah, that last fight when RQ was actually starting to turn it around on Vamos and actually push out, I was actually kind of surprised Nako still had Blazing Duet.
Yeah,
I thought he had used it already.
No, he tried to flank down to the bottom side, was thinking about going for the dive, but he already uses BMI. So he BMIs backwards and then they push up forward, so he's like, all right, I'll just do it again.
RQ just didn't realize that. Kind of similar to me, you in the heat of the moment, you would think that Claude had used his big team fight ultimate when the team fight is nearly done, but hey, catches you off guard.
Again, got to be aware of these things, and especially if you have teammates make them scream at you, he's still got ult or something like that, right? They got to communicate with each other, which is my biggest problem, because we're seeing too many of these miscommunications resulting into bigger, or at least biting, I wouldn't say biting off more than you can chew, giving bigger handouts than you need to, you know? It's like you show up at the wedding and you're like, here's the ang pao. It's not as big as nobody gave you the memo how much to give.
It's like, what am I supposed to do here, you know?
Here's
that
10K. It's like,
confusion.
yo. Here's 10K. It's like, yo, it's just 1K minimums are totally fine. It's situations like that. That's how terrifying it can be. But with that being said, though, I will say that you guys should be excited, because between the 3rd to the 7th of June, the MPL MY Festival, brought to you by EsportsCon, returns with the Ultra Giant Screen Watch Party, meet and greets, official team merchandise, stage activities, food village, and more. You can also stand a chance to win an Ozbot camera. And
apparently so.
Diamonds through lucky draws. This year, the MPL MY Grand Final ceremony gets a huge upgrade with the Dream Stage, bigger, bolder, and built for champions, as you can see. So don't miss it. Don't miss it, guys. There are still activities to do here at MPL that are completely free without a ticket. So just outside of the venue.
There's so much happening.
Yeah.
And
right outside.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little biased right now. I kind of want this match to end quickly so that I can go and see it myself.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if we can actually, from our talent room, I don't even think we can see the full thing.
I'm not gonna see it from the talent room. I'm gonna go out there.
I mean, of course we're gonna go out there, but just to get a bit of a preview, you know? All right. With that being said, though, we do have word from Poji. He is on the line. Poji, what are you up to? Who are you talking with? What's going on with you?
Selamat kembali bersama saya Poji, dan sekarang bersama dengan saya adalah orang yang datang daripada jauh juga, Coach Phil. Apa khabar?
Luar biasa, Poji. Luar biasa.
Jadi, apakah yang membawa awak untuk datang ke Malaysia untuk melihat RRQ bermain atau kalah?
Karena mau support RRQ Tora sih. Karena kan memang from the first time RRQ Tora dibentuk itu aku udah antusias sangat antusias atas terbentuknya RRQ Tora. Jadi pengen turut support langsung ke Malaysia.
Faham. Jadi rasa macam ini daripada Indonesia datang ke
Ya.
Malaysia, rasa awak macam kena sokong, tak kisah di mana saja dibuka.
Karena di Indonesia juga lagi nggak ada yang bisa ditonton ya Pak Ji ya. Karena kan ya yang di ya.
Okey. Jahat. Tapi, alright Fil, sebab semalam kami dan juga production nampak awak datang kat
Ya.
sini untuk rehearsal dan sebagainya. Mungkin sebab itulah kita tak boleh nak mabar sama-sama.
Oh iya benar, kita biasa ada jadwal mabar ya Pak Ji.
Ada Sunfrost di situ.
Oh iya, yang bikin kalah terus Sunfrost. Ya. Susah guys, mabar sama Sunfrost sangat susah karena yang bikin kalah di rank Sunfrost.
Alright, Phil, sebagai bekas coach lah kan, awak dah boleh tengok naik turun sesebuah pasukan untuk RRQ tu sendiri kan. Jadi pada pendapat awak sendiri kan, apa jenis sokongan yang awak boleh bagi kepada RRQ sebenarnya untuk mereka menempuhi jalan playoff ni? Sebab sekarang dah berada di titik yang paling bahaya, 2-0 sekarang.
Ya. Sebenarnya nggak terlalu banyak yang aku bicarain sama mereka lah. Aku sama mereka cuma sekedar ya main bareng, ngobrol-ngobrol aja. Cuma lebih ke mau kasih pesan lah buat RRQ Tora. Coba lebih player yang bagus itu player yang tahu siapa dirinya sendiri gitu. Dimana ketika misalnya dia lagi nervous atau dia lagi ngerasa kayak not in a good condition atau timnya lagi kenapa, player yang bagus itu player yang kenal, oh aku harus seperti ini, aku harus bisa solving my mentality, aku harus bisa solving my gameplay. Mungkin aku sering mati sendiri karena apa, kayak gitu-gitu aja sih. Jadi itu lebih yang mau aku pesan buat RRQ Tora.
Jangan hilang arah.
Jangan hilang arah, karena yang hilang arah cukup yang aja.
Baik, Phil, sebagai seorang yang faham RRQ juga kan, pada pendapat awak lah bila awak tengok RRQ bermain sekarang di pentas playoff ni kan, apa perbezaan persiapan yang awak tengok? Mungkin dekat playoff mereka tak sebagus ini, ataupun dekat sekarang kita dah nampak improvement tapi tidak lagi mencapai ke macam mana? Any perubahan yang awak boleh nampak pada mereka?
Sebenarnya kalau perubahan adalah kalau aku lihat RRQ Tora kan di pertengahan season sempat benar-benar lose streak gitu sampai lupa caranya menang, nggak tahu apa itu turret gitu kan ibaratnya. Tapi makin kesini improvement makin ada dan sempat menang juga. Dan di babak playoff ini di 2 match ini mungkin harapannya mungkin karena lagi telat panas saja. Semoga di game yang ini mereka panas lah.
Bercakap soal panas dan juga maksudnya mungkin ada harapan untuk menang kan. Jadi apakah yang faktor boleh menentukan kemenangan selain daripada mencari diri sendiri tadi? Anything macam kau cakap, ingat tiang dekat mana, ingat item, ingat kawan.
Main disiplin sih. Maksudnya kalau misalnya objektif udah up gitu, kayak ada Lord atau Turtle, lebih ke disiplin aja. Ingat komunikasinya harus ngapain, do something, tapi jangan terlalu barbar juga. Karena kan di objektif lebih penting juga gitu. Perannya, mungkin bisa dibilang perannya Gary di sini sebagai jungler juga penting. Jadi komunikasiin satu sama lain lah, mau ngapain, do something apa gitu. Kayak gitu. Yang penting main yang jelas, jangan kayak Sunfrost gitu aja udah. Ya.
Jangan jadi dia.
Cukup Sunfrost yang nggak jelas ya.
Alright, Phil, sebagai seorang coach, orang yang datang daripada jauh untuk sokong RRQ, sebab kita nak bagi semangat kepada RRQ Tora yang tengah bermain sekarang. Boleh tak macam awak laungkan canting untuk memberikan semangat semula dengan semua penonton yang ada hari ini? Boleh tak?
Pasti. Shout out juga buat Kingdom Malaysia yang udah hadir di venue, luar biasa banget. Ini weekdays, mereka apa ya? Buat semua supporter juga lah, weekdays, tapi mereka tetap datang buat support timnya kesayangan kita. Tapi Kingdom kita kasih suara kita yang paling kencang, setuju? Oke, kita kasih Chan kita yang paling kencang. Viva! Viva! RRQ! Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Itu saja daripada saya dan juga Coach Phil. Langsung saja kita hantar semula ke meja caster untuk lihat bagaimanakah penamat untuk game kali ini. Jom.
Thanks so much, Boji. There you have it. Coach Phil coming all the way to check out what's going on here at the MPL MY. In the meantime, at least the boys got a little bit of a break to break down what exactly happened and maybe come up with a fresh idea.
And they really do need one at this point, because it's clear that the way that RRQ Tora has been playing is not going to work. What was that? Was that art?
It was a cake.
Was that a cake?
I wanna say it was like, I can't tell if it was straight up full on cake or it's just a bunch of brownies and then they cut it up after they've done the art.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty well done.
That's really nice.
I'll get a still image of it after.
What does RQ taste like?
What? Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it now. We're already 2-0 in this match point for Vamos, and I just saw that they showed the first pick rate. So, sorry, first pick rate win rate. I'm just going to assume that Vamos here, they're going to do the exact same thing. But let's quickly look at the MPL MY Insider by Cellcom Digi, specifically from Dyron. For you, who do you think will be the representatives of MPL ID at EWC? He says first will be Onyx, the second one, I think it would be Dewa United Esports. Because some of the players are quite new, but they are really strong too. Interesting.
That is pretty interesting right there. I gotta admit, I have not been the most active with keeping up with MPL ID, so I can neither confirm nor deny that statement. But I think it would be nice to see more new teams on the international stage.
I don't know, something about like if you thought. Well, then again, to be fair, it used to be a lot more stable in MPL ID. Because now, after what happened last year with Alter Ego all of a sudden coming out of nowhere, coming out of absolute nowhere, I think that it's tough to say who's coming out of that playoffs. I know Onyx for sure, but similar to us, it's like SRG +1, who's the +1?
And maybe we could get surprises, right? I think a lot of us are just waiting for the day when the era just flips and all of a sudden the old mainstays no longer make it. That would be a really big shift.
Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait. Imagine thinking this way.
Okay.
Partnership teams.
All right.
So Era Esports rebrands the Dongshin. Dongshin Red Force. They're gonna be Red Esports, but at least they'll have the same logo.
I see. Okay, a very interesting addition to the scene.
It would make so much sense. They literally have a one-to-one exact same logo.
I'm gonna need to look at this now. I actually can't really remember.
Oh, you can't.
I can't remember. You gotta show me.
It's too good. It's too good not to assume that it's Red Esports. All right, same opener, no surprises. Please don't tell me that. Okay, there we go. Guinevere.
All right. I would be very shocked if they give error Guinevere 3 times in a row.
That would be hilarious.
We got a fun fact. Despite first picking Zeusin 9 times this season, RQ have only been able to convert 2 of them into wins. Should they reconsider their prio?
To what? What would they consider the next thing? Because personally, I think that like no matter how good or bad you are as a mid player, there's no excuse for you to play badly on Zeusin. That's the amazing thing about her. She has literally the lowest skill ceiling possible, and yet you can make a lot of dynamic things happen doing very small things.
Yeah, oftentimes I don't really think Zeusin is the issue. Maybe it's a single symptom, but there's definitely a bigger story here with RRQ that needs to be fixed up. Vamos, though, instantly switches things up to Suyo Zetian to finish off that first phase.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it so far because now we're finally seeing a somewhat balanced draft on either side. It's not completely lopsided right at the opening, but I think this is one of the better adjustments from RRQ's side. Because now, with 2 power picks of their own, and most of the time whenever you see Zeusin, you're expecting Harley whenever it's open on the opposite side, but with Guinevere, then it becomes a little bit harder to lock in that Harley.
It's still possible. We know that Guinevere can be flexed, but Guinevere Zeusin wave clear is not going to be the best for that level 1, and we've already seen how Vamos converts that mid lane prio into the rest of the game. So they are posing that question over. RQ most likely not going to snap up on that. They go for the Arlet instead.
Risky. Risky for a couple of reasons. Risky, one, because at level 2, there's an angle. There's an angle that you can kill Paquito in a lane, but it comes at a very dangerous sacrifice. And a lot of it is whether you can hit your level 2 earlier than the Paquito, which most of the time you won't. But if Paquito gets distracted for too long, wastes his charges at level 2 and whiffs the empowered combo, that's when you have the opportunity to hit back.
Not to mention that Sapat has played Arlet. He's played a mean Arlet, in fact, which means he's familiar with the ins and outs of the hero. So that is a bit of a risk there. Now, I understand the reasoning for it, because this is actually a very Vamos setup from RRQ. These are 2 heroes that pair well with Guinevere. They'll probably go for more heroes that can do so. The Atlas actually going to be banned out by Vamos. It is a Gwyn combo.
I guess. But they've already got like Zushin. Why do they care so much about this Atlas unless this is an indicator for something else? Is it because they don't plan to engage as hard, or are they purely playing for the counter engage? If they are, let's see whether this is Gaton, right?
No, Gaton's banned
Wait,
already.
It's already banned on the opposite side. You're totally right. You're totally right. Wait. What's another playmaker that they could potentially get that does the same thing? They need somebody who opens up the map right now.
There are still plenty of roamers that open up the map. It's just, do they also combo with Guinevere?
I mean, I think it's easier for RRQ to move around. I think that Vamos right now, I'm curious about what the support option is going to be. Because that mid lane...
when I give the word.
Okay, so they also ban out the Khalid, which is great. That's good, that's good.
I feel like this could actually be another Kalea angle for RQ or Cho.
I don't... Cho, yes. Khalid, no.
Yeah. Like, it wouldn't be a good pick, but I kind of feel like there's a chance RQ might be leaning towards it, because they literally banned Gatot Glue, you know?
Yeah. Because they don't want their front line to get messed around too much here.
But Cho is definitely the better choice if you're going for that angle.
Oh, is this good enough of an answer? Cho is fast, but is he going to live long enough to make an impact by EXP side, which I think is what I'm trying to figure out.
That's Hilda instead.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense.
No, so here's what they're trying to do. So RQ is debating if anything happens to this Arlet, if let's say for any reason Dyren makes a mistake in that lane against that Paquito, he's out of it. And there's no way of coming back unless somebody comes and helps him, which in this case is going to be Hilda. The only problem is that now that you have Hilda and you're basically going to play something with Concussive Blast to control that mid lane, it's important that your support doesn't get chunked out during those times. Because as soon as you're chunked out, you have to recall, and then you lose the opportunity to run up and actually impact the EXP lane at its most crucial time at level 2.
Yeah, we've already seen in the past plenty of times where if the team is not really able to play around with it, the Hilda doesn't actually achieve all that much anymore. The Cho actually going to go over to Vamos, and they're going to pair it up with the Obsidia. Wow! Not what I was expecting.
Not what I was expecting as well, but I guess it's a lot of respect given over to Arlet, right? It's one of the few that actually has like an inbuilt dash to get away from it, and it creates enough distance to get you away from most final slashes unless there's a flicker involved, but even then, it does mean that no matter what, on the opposite side, we are expecting to see Purifies across the board.
Absolutely. You need to try and make the Cho waste his kick here, because Vamos is heavily relying upon this hero to get those setups. They don't really have a big frontline tank that they can play safely behind anymore. So it does result in a slightly more high skill cap team composition for Vamos to play, which is very much their style. But RQ sticks with the Claude, which means that they have a slightly easier team to play.
All right, I think that both comps are pretty hard. It's pretty hard to get away with, right? I think that the setups are much better, are a lot easier to kind of recognize from the side of RRQ, and obviously the way of the Dragon coming in from Cho. But besides that, like, getting into those positions are harder to create compared to their opponents. I think that Vamos this time round, really, they got to think, hey, if we are going in, there should be a moment of hesitation, because we need to make sure that when we execute, we get them. We miss, we're out of here.
Yeah, there's no obvious direction for Vamos this time around. When they execute, everyone just needs to be ready to follow up on it at the same time without a clear indicator for them to look at. RQ, they've got good setup, and their backs are literally against the wall. If now is the time to get that final burst of energy, that team spirit from their fans to push them forward in the competition, it is now or never. Will this be the end or a brand new beginning for the kingdom?
Let's find out as we jump right into it. Immediately, we're seeing that Sabat not even bothering to go. Oh, actually, I would like to see what the emblems are. I wonder what Dyren is taking this time around. I wonder if he's like going more sustainable to play for the team fights, or he's looking for something just a little, I'm gonna get in your face and just kill you in lane.
As usual, though, we're going to be seeing the big trade in the mid lane. Slight advantage over to RQ side, since level Hilda and Zeusin is pretty annoying to deal with. And already Witty keeping an eye on Error 404.
Yep, beat him up, Witty, beat him up. Yep, chunk him for half of his HP, walk away, rinse and repeat this process. And every once in a while, just come back over to mid. Now, it's important that Witty still sticks within these bushes, right? Because if he gets too low, then he's forced to recall and he can't sit around and be important for important contestable fights. One of which such, not being the Lethal Wanderers, it's already been taken.
So far, Arcutora definitely in control of the river thanks to the Hilda's movements, but Zeke gonna be the first one to make a move down bot. He gets stunned mid-wave, but Dyron in a bit of tricky spot, has to dash through, but can he get out of this one? No! The Hilda's just way too late to the party.
Sapat played that perfectly. They split up on purpose. They don't want to be able to kind of reset the passive from Arla to get him free refunds on his dash. So he said, you know what? He's already going to put a mark on me. I don't want him to get in and out, because once he's on top of me, there's a high chance the next mark is going to be back on you, and I can't keep up with that. Oh, that's sad.
That's nice. Well played from Gary to steal the crab there. Actually gets the knockup on Zeke into the Violet Requiem. Zeke in trouble. Free kill.
Yep. Oh wait.
Oh, this could be a bit too risky. The flicker forward from Witty, jumping on top of Error 4-4, but the Fury of the Phoenix, nice timing to save your jungler there.
Dude, Sapat is probably balled up, just mad. Likely.
Oh, never mind. The instant recollapse. Dyron dies the second time in the game. Vamos now have the numbers advantage over Turtle, but Gary still has that ultimate. So not gonna 1v1 the Hilda. Buy time in the back actually knocks Gary out of the combo. The Guinevere having a hard time, but Gary still secures the retry timing.
Very funny. Very funny. Sapat is like, I got him dump out. The spatial migration. All she's got is spatial migration. Proceeds to forget. Oh yeah, I gotta keep him away. You get spatial migration back in. My bad, G.
But even then, you would think that Error would be able to hit that timing a little bit more effectively. So props to Gary there. We know that he's always been one that can keep his team afloat when necessary. And in fact, he finds a Violet Requiem onto Sapat. Sets it up for the Dyron kill.
Yep, restabilization of the EXP. Dyron thinking that he's got at least a jungler who will come by to his side of the map. But in the meantime, Arrow 404 is now starting to fall behind overall as we only split both ways. I wonder if they're going to spot Arrow 404 here.
Looks like he's just going to recall in that bush. I think he's actually going to be getting out this fine. Nako has the hell up. No, Arrow's going to return to join the fight. Nah, they're just not going to commit.
All right. Not going to go for it. Not going to go for it at all. He should have just recalled at that point. Like, what? Oh, boy.
I actually feel like he could have fought that, personally.
It was Witty. He's not running Revitalize. Maybe it was possible. It's tough to say, right? Because as soon as you start going into the Soul Sever and Witty decides to cancel you out with, Power Wilderness, that's when it's like, well, I've wasted all my time here then.
That is true. I suppose they just don't want to take that risk, especially since RQ is having a pretty okay early game. They've evened out a lot of the loss they had in the EXP lane, and Gary is currently out farming Error by a slight bit. Next Turtle going to be up in another 15 seconds.
Looking at first item priorities, seems to be pretty standard all across the board. Except that Zeke opting to lean more into MR, Witty leaning more into armor. Makes a little bit more sense considering the problems that they're going to be facing this game. But we're not seeing the conversions just yet. Very first turtle here. Let's see second turtle of the game here. Let's see who's going to get it.
We know that Vamos probably wants to play for that late game. They literally have Obsidia on their side, one of the most late game scaling marksmen in general. Witty will scout out two people in the bush. Oh, able to dodge the cake. Fear the Phoenix comes out, connects in the back like Kim. Not going to be able to survive even with Purify. Finally, Wave of the Dragon is used. A little bit less ideally though. Dyron going to drop the half HP. Final Slash going to be used. Nako runs out of the situation and Witty's the one who gets sacrificed. Meanwhile, look at Sapat. Sapakito's going ham in the backline. RQ, are you not paying attention? Dyron tries to flicker away, but Sapakito right on his heels, double kill, free turtle.
No words can explain. I mean, Witty, he finds the timing here to not get kicked. However, why is Kim in that position? Why is Kim on that northern side? Really doesn't need to be there. And of all people, he's trying to peel off Sapat while he still has abilities. Makes no sense to me why he should be there in the first place. If he was going to start zoning people, he probably would be wanting to be a little bit behind, closer towards the pit, not on the complete opposite side.
Even worse off, he's playing Zeus in. He could have checked that bush. and for some reason just walks up to it without doing so.
You mean the tri-brush on enemy side? Or?
No, the bush above where Sabat was hiding, right there.
Yeah.
He didn't check it.
Yeah.
Sabat just walks out of there, punches him in the face.
I mean, he also could have checked the tri-brush so that Witty didn't have to like lose out on his speed up, but it's fine. It happens, you know? It happens. They can still recover from this. It's not the end of the world, but at the same time, now that they've got this 3.4k lead and Natco has like been uninterrupted, I don't see it becoming a bad. Oh, hold
Him
on.
committing the ult, they're trying to catch Cho. The kick into the two-man knockout. Witty gets set up. Walkun, Sabat, jump backline. It is beautiful. From Vamos, a perfect initiation. They're gonna force Ruff back with the BMI and a chase down Gary at the same time. Z-Keep's already there waiting. Dyrant though, gonna force him back. Somehow RQ will not lose more bodies here.
Oh, great timing. Great timing of the Fury of the Phoenix. I think that RQ Torrent doesn't know the timing. They don't know the timing of the Fury of the Phoenix and when it's going to come back up. I think that's the biggest issue right now, because that's 2 for 2 that we've seen a near like 4 to 5-man Fury of the Phoenix ult.
Yeah. Like, they really gotta be a little more aware of that ult's potential, since they're not exactly the most mobile team either. It's very easy for that ult to hit them.
Exactly. So I'm saying, just know the timing of the ult. Like, you don't need to know whether it's up or not. You just know the cooldown so you know roughly when it comes back up. But here could be an opportunity.
Right now, we can see Vamos in control of Churl. Z-Keep comes in. Violet Requiem used to cancel the kick, but Z-Keep didn't even commit it, and now there's no Guinevere ult. Sabakito still pushing mid-wave. Clockun successfully zoning. Again, very, very surgical precision from Vamos.
Dang, they're getting everything out of them. So much pressure. I'm trying to think of a solution from RQ Tora, but if they'll like give away space just like that, and they can't deal with Subbot in particular, I don't think they have much of an answer. I think that they need to deal with Subbot somehow. I'm not sure how they're going to do it. I feel like Witty has to kind of like harass him first, and then some kind of follow-up. But I don't know if I want Gary more or Dyrant to do it.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, because Sabat is farmed once again, and we know how strong the Paquito is currently. Overall, net worth lead leaning favorably in Vamos in a wide margin. 6k at 8 minutes is very, very snowbally, and RQ just keeps giving away space. They can no longer walk up onto the map because they know if they get caught, it's just done.
Yep, and they just want to hold them hostage here, right? Don't let them walk up into those lanes. Don't let them walk into the jungle for free. Every single time they show the opportunity to overextend, you just punish.
Oh, look at the way they're zoning right now. Kim trying to get the lift up, but not able to do so, and instantly all the damage comes in from Natco to force them back. Their own jungle just doesn't belong to them right now, and Ruff nearly dies just a poke from the Zetian.
Yeah, and not just that. Let's not forget about the bow coming in from Era 404.
Oh, final slash, they find one, but to get the Violet Requiem in, the lockdown is good, but the damage isn't enough to get the lift up on Z-Keep, and the Cho will fall with Sabat! The Sepakino 1-2 punch into the base! 3 members of Tora dead!
Holy cow, that was dangerous. Managed to get the double jab, empower jab, regular jab, close the distance, go for the knockouts, trying to pray that it connects, because God, that looked really iffy for a second. I didn't think he could close the distance, but I was just wrong. Literally a frame wrong. But overall, really good initiation here, right? From Dyrant's side. He sees the angle, but the big issue overall is that no matter what, that Fury of the Phoenix will connect.
Yeah, RQ literally just grouped up on that one, and it was just Z-Keep as well. Like, yes, it's a good catch, but do you really need to be grouping up that much for a kill on the Rover when this Zetian exists?
I mean, it's desperation, right? And they haven't been able to absolve their issues. And so far, they have no real way to harass and poke their opponent. We were expecting Kim as well as Witty to be that guy, right? To walk out, to chunk people down before they even get close to the fight. Now, that's completely flipped on their heads. Subbot's the one who's playing the judge and jury and executioner. Z-Keep, surprisingly dangerous. Like, this kid's got mechanics for sure.
Sabbat actually going for a slightly different build as well. This is sustained Paquito going for that War Axe instead of the Hunter Strike Sea Halberd, since there's no Esme that he has to play against. He is gonna get caught in the Moist Violet Requiem on the Paquito, but once again, Fury the Phoenix lands on everyone, and look at Error 404 instantly zones them all back. Sabbat's still alive, by the way. Ruff is dead, Gary is dead, Dyrant is dead. The Kingdom are dropping one by one like bowling pins, and they're witnessing their
unfortunate. Vamos! With their fans in droves, happy for a dominant 3-0 victory. They made sure that at least coming from the play-ins, they're coming in with confidence. For RRQ Tora, however, it's unfortunate, but we have to say goodbye to them.
That is a true feels bad moment, but no one can really deny the results. RRQ Tora were clearly not the better team in this matchup. And Vamos proved it over and over, time and time again. The Kingdom will unfortunately bow out here, and hopefully we get to see them come back stronger next season.
Yep, a lot of expectations have been set here today. But at least for RRQ, it's back to rebuilding, back to looking for the right solutions to make sure this doesn't repeat again in the following seasons. We're still happy that they participated, and a big shout-outs here to Vamos on a convincing victory. Goes to show that at least when it comes down to the locals here, Vamos as an organization, they figured something else out.
They know themselves. They're well aware of their personas, their team identity, and they play it to the max every single time. We knew that Paquito would probably be a nice buff to sub out, but to see it work this well is a pleasant surprise too.
Yep, it really is. It really is. It helps that we got so many fans out here.
Ramai orang mengharapkan yang lebih baik untuk RRQ Tora daripada awal musim lagi. Namun, perjalanan mereka untuk musim kali ini berakhir di sini. Terima kasih kepada mereka dah buat yang terbaik. Jadi mungkin Raf boleh kongsi dengan saya sedikit sebanyak sebenarnya. Kalau boleh kongsi actually apa yang menjadi punca kegagalan pasukan RRQ sebenarnya, dan apakah yang boleh anda janji sebenarnya untuk kedepannya, musim-musim seterusnya kepada semua peminat, penyokong, ahli keluarga?
First of all, kita orang nak minta maaf dekat siapa yang sokong kita orang, and kita orang kalah dengan agak mengecewakan ni. And for me, saya rasa Vamos prepare better lah daripada kita orang, and kita orang pun banyak buat mistake kecil lah yang sepatutnya kita orang buat dekat tournament.
Mungkin boleh diperbaiki benda tu. Untuk Kim, mungkin awak boleh nak bagi any pesanan kepada kawan-kawan sendiri. Mungkin anda masih lagi bersama, mungkin tidak bersama musim depan. Kata-kata pada kawan-kawan.
Bukan apa, teammate.
Ya, teammate.
Untuk teammate saya mungkin minta maaf lah. Mungkin sebab dekat regular kita orang strong masa week 1, week 2 je. Tengah-tengah tu tak konsisten. So playoff ni mungkin kita nak catch up susah. Untuk Akib pula next match dengan Sun Game
Diren. Baik, kepada Diren, mungkin kita faham ini bukan pengakhiran untuk Tora. Masih ada lagi untuk musim depannya. Pada pandangan awak, apakah yang boleh dijangkakan untuk pasukan RRQ untuk musim yang ke-18 nanti?
Yang udah pastinya kita improve lah. Semoga aja bisa lebih baik lah dari ini.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kepada ahli pasukan RRQ Tora. Dalam setiap perlawanan ada yang menang, ada yang kalah, dan pada hari ini adalah titik terakhir untuk RRQ Tora. Maka dengan penuh rendah diri saya minta untuk anda buat final bow in 3, 2, 1. Dan sekarang kita akan hantar ke mini stage untuk pemenang kita tadi, Vamos dan Rose.
Terima kasih kepada RRQ Tora for your sacrifice this season. Tapi guys, hanya satu pasukan yang akan layak ke stage seterusnya, and it is none other than Team Vamos! Boys, congratulations. Itu adalah kemenangan yang sangat-sangat bersih. 3-0 in your play-ins sepat.
Yep.
Sepakito is back. Selepas beberapa musim akhirnya kembali ke playoffs, apa perasaan to be back?
Of course, sangat-sangat happy sebab boleh guna hero power yang dah lama tak guna. And awal-awal agak sikit nervous lah.
Oh, kenapa nervous?
Sebab kat scrim tak macam ni.
Oh. So ni memang cuba-cuba je?
Yep.
Adakah Pakito ni hidden strat oleh Vamos? Sebab kita nampak beberapa region dah start pick Pakito masa kita lagi regular season kan? So adakah memang plan nak keluarkan hari ni?
Ya, sebab sekarang meta patch pun dah berubah. Pakito sangat-sangat OP. So, untuk dah sistem, pakai Pakito lah. Nak menang.
Oh macam tu eh?
Yana.
Nanti
Free star.
nanti rank habis kita semua.
Yeah.
Thanks doh untuk advice tu. And of course tadi dalam satu quote sebelum kita tengok perlawanan, you ada kata you nak uji tahap kemampuan you. Selepas kemenangan hari ini, Rose nak tanya, do you feel like you've already succeeded ataupun still masih lagi tengah cuba untuk sesuaikan diri dengan meta, dengan playstyle and everything untuk musim ini?
Of course, masih belum puas dengan performance saya hari ini. And kita orang masih lagi eager untuk ke EWC. And still grinding, still test our limit lah as a team and also as individual.
Wah.
Weh, matang lah macam mana?
Matang. Ni beza sangat dengan sepat dulu.
Oh ya. Yeah.
Sekarang sepat dah matang and I think it's you guys play a big part lah untuk train adik-adik ataupun the younger blood di dalam team Vamos. Good job sepat. Good job. I'm pretty sure your brother is very proud of you.
It's okay bro, it's okay.
Of course, Rose pun nak borak dengan Zikif. Akib, kita tahu Zikif dah beberapa musim memang layak ke playoffs. Your run last season ended in 4th place kan?
Betul.
Tapi kalau kita berbanding dengan musim selepas ni, kita ada 3 minggu break sebelum playoffs bermula untuk season ni pula 1 minggu sahaja. So, adakah you rasa Team Vamos sudah pun complete your preparation untuk playoffs kali ini ataupun tak cukup masa lah?
Bagi kita orang seminggu untuk preparation tu cukup. Kita orang end kita orang punya regular season pun dengan kemenangan kan. So itu satu momentum Cuma untuk tim yang kalau baru kalah, dorang susah sikit nak bounce back.
Sebab Vamos dapat close regular season dengan kemenangan. So ada consistency lah dengan momentum daripada kemenangan tu. Winning momentum orang kata.
Betul.
Betul. Okay guys, so tadi kita pun sudah saksikan perlawanan bersih daripada tim Vamos. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. Saya nak tanya, stadium juara, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita sama-sama tengok MVP in a count of 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Siapa? The crowd is saying Sepat. Bukan. Siapa? Sepat kita! Wow. Rose just nak cakap, daripada lama tak kembali ke pentas MPL, kali ni di Dream Stage Sepat perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Apa motivation Sepat sebenarnya untuk kembali and of course prove yourself?
Mungkin pertama sekali percaya diri lah. And then waktu preparation sebelum playoff ni, saya hilang saya punya confidence and also my coaching staff. Tiga-tiga coaching staff sangat comfortkan saya tentang apa yang saya dah buat selama ni. And saya just prove lah kat dorang, especially untuk dorang.
Oh, I'm sure Sepat sangat-sangat happy. Now, Sepat, kita tahu Sepat masuk masa transfer window kan. Tapi sebelum musim ni bermula, ramai orang pandang rendah di Vamos. Which honestly, less attention maksud tu less pressure lah kan. Tapi sekarang, ramai orang tengok. Hampir full house tau dekat side Vamos.
Thank you so much,
dengan
guys.
ramai orang yang tengah tengok Vamos, eager to see Vamos pergi ke EWC. Adakah mentality tu dah berubah? You guys rasa lebih pressure?
Especially kita orang tak letak put pressure pun sebab semua orang nak yang terbaik dan kita orang juga nak yang terbaik untuk diri kita orang. So kita orang just focus on our kita orang punya impian ke EWC. So kita orang just fokus kat situ and do all the best. Apa yang berlaku biarkan. Yang penting kita orang dah buat yang terbaik and jadi diri sendiri.
Positive mentality. I sangat-sangat suka. And of course, last question untuk Sepat. Esok you guys akan jumpa Invictus Gaming di upper bracket. Now kita tahu Invictus Gaming adalah salah satu tim yang sangat-sangat konsisten sepanjang kita punya regular season. Siap dapat nombor 2 di dalam carta liga. I want to ask you, Sepat rasa untuk perlawanan esok menentang dengan IG, adakah dia akan jadi sengit ataupun senang bagi prestasi Vamos hari ini?
Mungkin akan jadi sengit sebab dorang pun dah one step ahead. Dorang boleh tengok kita orang match lawan dengan Arkitora. So So mungkin dorang lebih ke hadapan berbanding kita orang, and kita orang just focus on kita orang punya kekuatan, and just hadap je. Apa yang terjadi esok semoga berpihak kat kita orang.
Because esok ada 2 nyawa kan?
Yep.
Kalau kalah ada lagi lower bracket. So, dorang takkan balik rumah lagi. Ada lagi chance untuk layak ke EWC. Thank you very much, Sepat. And of course, Klokun. Like Rose mentioned tadi, kita nampak ramai sangat super fans Forza Vamos datang ke arena hari ini. Is there anything at all yang Klokun nak cakap dekat fans-fans?
Mengucapkan terima kasih buat Forza Vamos yang udah datang dan keluarga juga yang udah di rumah yang udah doain. Makasih banyak. Tetap dukung kita lagi besok.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah.
Jumpa korang esok ya.
Yeah.
Congratulations boys, amazing win. With that, mari let's show it back kepada panel kita untuk analyze apa yang terjadi dengan kemenangan bersih hari ini menentang dengan RRQ Tora.
And there you have it. Game highlights up on the screen, but thank you so much to Rose alongside with Boji having a conversation with the winners and the losers of this matchup. It's sad to see RQ Tora go, but happy times for Team Vamos as they get one step closer to their EWC dream.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of momentum for Vamos going forward. Very confident gameplay, exactly the style that they are known for, and it worked super duper well. A clean sweep as well with hardly any contention is going to give them a very good feeling about their next matchup. And I'm looking forward to that as well. We can see in Game 3, this was a very dominating gameplay from Vamos. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and the Zetian was just the bane of RRQ the entire time.
Yep. Just really couldn't do much, especially when the Fury of the Phoenix will come out hitting multiple targets. Again, great play coming in from Zkeef as well to communicate it back to Klokun. But you see this happen many times. Every single catch, guess what? Fury of the Phoenix gets stopped and immediate counter engage from the opponents. And that's why this Obsidia pick is so good in those moments to find that one lockdown. But it also helps with the new meta hero of Paquito. God, he's so versatile.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams just contest Paquito in general here. We know Vamos loves it because it's a Paquito, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the more highly contested picks here in the playoffs, considering how much he appeared in MPL PH already. Other teams got to take note.
Yeah, no, I think he's just a little too good. He really is a little too good that majority, and so uniquely positioned in the meta as of right now. Does well against the majority of junglers except Fredrin. Is able to win out majority of his lane matchups with the biggest exception to only Phoveus. Everything else, you actually have a very clean and easy to execute style of laning phase.
And because of that, you get games like this, right? Not even 11 minutes long. The moment Vamos won that last fight is like, okay, we just end, it's over for them at this point. Like, the itemization already leaning very heavily because of that gold lead, and RQ unfortunately still facing the same issues.
Why did Dyrant get a War Axe for all intents and purposes? Wait, let's see the emblems. Maybe I could be wrong here. Okay, maybe he was trying to go for a little bit more sustainability, huh? Interesting. Sustainability when you into the Paquito, hard to say. It feels like he wanted to go splitsies on what he wanted to do in this lane, and that probably costed him a little bit more if he just went full damage or went full tank.
It's an interesting decision to go sustain Arlen. Like, it would probably help you out a little bit if you're trying to take very long 1v1s with the Paquito, where if you land like really big team fight ultimates, but I feel like that's asking for a lot when you don't really have other heroes that can force Vamos to group together.
Yeah, and not to mention that like the overall base damage isn't that high for Vengeance, so you're not getting as much spell vamp in comparison to like Sapaquito here, who just, I don't even need the War Axe technically. I just need to make sure that I have Festival of Blood, stack that up early,
pretty much.
I can heal back to full off of a wave. So like, the comparison just doesn't make sense.
I do think that the synergy from RQ Tora overall is still kind of lacking, where a lot of their gameplay is slow. It requires, it feels like their communication is happening in real time, where it's like they are actively still trying to tell each other what to do, while Vamos is just feeling it.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably a pretty good way to actually put it, because considering how quickly the responses was, especially between Klokun and everybody else, because apparently everybody had to answer to Klokun to get the Fury of the Phoenix, I mean, kind of lines up. It lines up with what they want. And harder yet, nothing much I can say about our MVP supply here. Did a good job.
I mean, there's not much more we need to say about it. This is how you want your Paquito to be doing work. And he got a really good...
The bait, yeah.
Yep. Got really good setups early.
He didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
I think he could have closed the distance and then still got him as long as he like heavy punch into it, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, you know, he's playing Terry Bogard, you know, it's a fighting game character. He's got a move. He's got a wave dash.
He's got a wave dash. He's got to, you know, play the footsies. Casual footsies. Look at him go.
He gets caught here, survives it all because he's so farmed. Heals it all back up with the shields and the jabs and
Left, yeah.
actually insane.
So good. It's so good. Again, all you have to do, it doesn't like, what I cannot understand is why the developers decided, let's give him damage reduction on all of his empowered abilities. And not just his heavy left hand. Like, we could have just left it a heavy left hand, and I think he would have still been relevant, but just not as, like, getting moments like that where it's like, how? How is he still alive?
Yeah, pretty much, right? Those highlights are just serving to be the antithesis of, like, whoever it was out there who said, like, hurting others doesn't heal you, you know? Apparently it does, you know? You just gotta punch them real hard.
Yeah, ever heard of spell vamp?
You just don't have the right item build.
Yeah, lifesteal, you know? Like, there's so many ways around it. It is a bit of a lackluster game, best of 5, unfortunately, but I think that maybe our upcoming one might just be a little bit better. Because again, Team Ray was looking to be the team that could have been in that upper bracket slot other than IG. And now they have to face off against BTR, who started off right at the bottom and are now looking much better with clear ideas of what they want to be.
It's so interesting to see how many ups and downs we have had this season among all of the different teams. But one thing that always stays the same is our daily TNT co-prediction activity, where you try to guess which team will win. You can write down your prediction before the match, and of course this is if you are here at the arena, and you can pass the card to the TNT co booth, because 10 of those winners every day will be randomly selected to win 200 MLBB diamonds, and on top of that, t-shirts. We love t-shirts. We love MPL t-shirts. And you can use the promo code at the bottom of the screen right now to get free shipping, including East Malaysia. So even if you guys are not over here, you can still apply that for your online purchases. And if you guys are here at the arena, we have a special deal where you buy 2 pieces to get 50 ringgit off. So make sure you guys visit the TNT Co booth.
Yep, don't waste any time and come on over and check out all the cool things that are happening here at the playoffs. And if you unfortunately don't have a ticket, there's still plenty of things to do besides that. Now, in the meantime, though, I don't know how to feel about this upcoming game because, again, if there was a team that I think would, if they could invest in a hyperbolic time chamber, it would probably be BTR. I think they have the highest likelihood to show us something else.
They have been slowly improving across the entire regular season, so I don't think that's impossible, but we'll get to witness their match right after this. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, it's the second best of 5 of the day. We'll see you guys there.
Ini sama gue ya 2 orang ya. Mati. Lor.
Pelan-pelan ya.
Mati.
Aku di mau guys.
Jom kita jom. Buat aku. Lordnya gue jauh ya. Lordnya bisa enggak?
Udah mati.
Apa, Wan? Ini Witu udah mati. Nice. Burung.
Nice one guys.
Nice.
Sabar.
Orang. Tahu. Satu N satu orang. Langsung kita orang.
Kotor.
Udah.
Nice one boy. Lagi 1 game guys.
Satu game lagi ya. Fokus.
Ini jam udah naik mid ya. Ayo.
Jom, ready back kat sini guys.
Aman.
Guys, gue bisa. Goldi. Main guys.
Tengok alert tak? Tengok alert guys.
Tengok guys.
Main.
Alert dulu.
Bye bye.
Sabar, fokusin belum main.
Oke.
Let's go guys.
Dah kick.
Ready duduk belakang. Ready ya.
Nggak ada kick flicker.
Aku tak ada ulti ya.
15 tu. Nice try.
Let's go guys.
Tak payah taunting dulu. Enjoy. Let's better.
Santai. Kita ada
Jalanan masih panjang, boy.
Let's go boy. Nice one boy.
dibawakan khas daripada Kodak Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standing yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second victory, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas. Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute. Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Kita apa yang suka? Contoh macam kita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni. Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
cerita apa yang suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula roti ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas. Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute. Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas. Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai, tapi kau belasah lagi.
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
by Toda.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu. Roti dah nak siap. Sedap pula macam ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas. RM10? Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi? Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan. Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula roti ni. Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai, tapi kau belasah lagi.
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar deh. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan.
Dah tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Cerita apa you?
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now.
Bloop, 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 bloop. What's that sound? Feels like something is flowing. It's the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered by HydroFlow liquid cooling. No lag, just smooth gameplay. 144 FPS, pressure sense GT trigger, fast and responsive. For MLBB players, this one's for you. Get it now at Infinix official store and TikTok shop, Infinix Malaysia.
Got food delivery grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Toda.
Get your official MPL Malaysia merchandise at a Todak booth or online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak, empowering the next generation through Todak Academy and its industry-focused TVET and STEM education programs.
Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun.
Our strategic partner, Ferry, TNT Co., OBSBot, PSM.
Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 17. Live at the MPL Arena at Stadium Juara. The time has been very lively, in a matter of fact, here. Not only at the exposition happening on the outside, but also the combat happening on the inside. It's an exciting day number one to kickstart the playoffs with the play-ins. And, of course, we've already had to say goodbye to one team as one more moves on. We have to unfortunately say goodbye to another to see what that upper bracket truly looks like.
Our top 6 has officially been narrowed to our top 5, and unfortunately the losses are going to keep coming because there is only one more spot in the official playoff stage with that 2-life bounty. And only Team Ray or Bigatron Malaysia will be able to claim it.
Thank you once again for tuning into the MPL MY Season 17. You have Gideon as well as Hadafa here on the desk to keep you guys entertained and also to make sure you guys catch all of the action here today because we don't want to miss a moment of it. So far, based on what we have seen, that 1 week of break has done some good for some of these teams. Others, unfortunately, still trying to pick up on what this meta is going to be. I think it might be different for our upcoming game, though.
Yeah, I think this next game should logically be a closer fight because earlier, we witnessed the third seed versus the last seed. So there's obviously going to be a little bit of a gap there. But here is the 4th versus the 5th. And we know Ray and BTRM both have their ups and downs.
Yep, it's going to be a very close game overall. But it's going to stay very competitive. Just like the Infinix GT50 Pro with HydroFlow liquid cooling. And not to mention that it's just smoother gameplay with 144 FPS at all times, pressure-sensitive GT triggers for fast and responsive times. For all MLBB players, this is the phone for you. Get it now at the Infinix official store and TikTok shop Malaysia if you want to get yourself a new landmark phone.
Indeed, it's a very good partner for you guys to be able to move on forward in your ranked journey. And once again, as a reminder to you guys, the MPL Malaysia Festival is going to be happening here from the 3rd to the 7th of June, brought to you by Esports Con. We've got our ultra giant screen watch party, finally got to see it. It is pretty big. Meets and greets, official team merchandise, stage activities, food, village, and more. You can even stand a chance to win an OBS bot camera and plenty of in-game diamonds through lucky And, well, we already know, but we've got a bigger stage. Our grand final ceremony is also going to get a huge upgrade as the dream stage. It's bigger, bolder, built for champions, so you do not want to miss it.
Can't afford to miss a single second of the MPL MY, especially for all of our restreamers out there watching too. Thank you so much for tuning in and bringing in your audiences individually. Now, we have 16 minutes to talk about the upcoming games here, and Team Ray and Bigatron MY are the questions and the matter of the topic. And I think that Team Ray generally should be coming in with a bigger upper hand based on what we've seen in the regular season in comparison to BTR, because until I see BTR break out of the, hey, protect the president strategy, I don't see them going very quickly or at least that far here locally.
I do agree with you somewhat in that BTRM's gameplay does feel a little bit fixed right now, but I also feel like there's something there. I can't really pinpoint it. It feels like there is a bit of a secret ingredient when it comes to BTR that allows them to actually take games off of teams you would normally assume to be stronger. Just to have a look once again at the brackets, for those of you who missed what happened at the start of the day, Team Vamos secured a clean sweep against RRQ Tora, officially eliminating them in the play-ins. They'll be facing off against IG next.
Yup, facing off against IG ain't gonna be easy, but before we even get to that, we have to see who the competitor is who's gonna be joining SRG in that matchup. Remember, all of these are best of 5s until we get towards the end. In the lower bracket finals, it's a best of 7, and finally the grand finals is also a best of 7.
Grand finals are gonna be exciting. We got the dream stage opening ceremony to look forward to, and our two teams who will represent us in MSC. We're still a couple days away from being able to figure that out, but that's not gonna stop everyone from predicting, thinking about who are the squads, the players who have earned that position.
Again, a lot of these players have been playing out of their minds. We're trying to at least put the best performance. It's really difficult to judge, so I'm curious to see how that plays out at the end of it all. But before we get into anything further, we have a little bit of a poster because it's a complete battle between the middle table. One fell from the top and the other rose from the bottom.
Indeed, Team Ray had a very strong performance in the middle of the regular season, with many even thinking that they may be the second place team in terms of power level, but then kind of dropped off towards the end, whereas BTRM has slowly been plugging along from the bottom. They've remained a little bit more consistent positioning-wise compared to Ray, but I also feel like there has been notable improvements, especially once they swapped out some players. The addition of Chibi and Z and Lynch really brought a new energy to the squad.
No, it really has, and also pretty much defined how this team likes to play their games. Like, there's no question about Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality on how they want to operate within the Land of Dawn, but Team Ray has that extra bit of flexibility, which is why I'm giving them a free pass here on why they're coming in with a bigger advantage. Overall, we've seen multiple playstyles. Siska as an EXP laner is very well suited for the meta. Lolios as well, but his performance is going to be a bit of a coin flip, as we always know. However, but then we start looking towards the mid laners, right? And that's where things get a little interesting, because I think mid duos on both sides have its ups and downs. Rasi, for an example, and even Martizi, at times have had their on and off performances.
Yeah, things have been not the most consistent overall when it comes down to these mid duos. I would actually say, surprisingly, the most consistent player of them all is Z, who is also the newest player of them all. It feels like he's been really, really solid. But this is his first time ever on a playoff stage. And that is a very different experience from the regular season.
Yeah, it's going to be completely different. But let's look at this head-to-head here, because when we're talking about regular season and their history, 0-2 victory for Team Ray on week 3. And on week 7, we saw a 2-1. So obviously there's some clear growth, at least from Bigatron's position. I think that Team Ray, that win on week 3 really shows that, yeah, this is potentially what the peak could be when we figured out the meta. I don't know about now.
Yeah, I do think as well that Team Ray has higher highs. Like you mentioned, they have a lot of potential. They've proven that they're capable of having a more flexible hero pool, of approaching the game with different strategies as compared to BTRM, which has still been kind of a Chiku as the CEO gameplay journey. Now there has been a gap as well. We pointed this out before the first match. There has been time for these teams to kind of figure out, okay, what do we want to do? What is our identity? And also watch the other MPLs and MSLs to see how the meta is developing, how they want to switch things up. And we saw that improvement from Vamos. What kind of improvement can we expect from these two squads?
Personally, I think it's going to be tough, right? I think for Bigatron, it's the number of picks that we're expecting in the gold lane. I think Obsidia is probably going to show up, and Irithel might not be the best situated hero for the particular draft. Who knows, right? The second one is EXP, because I think that Siska naturally is more inclined to playing more playmaking style EXP laners, damage EXP laners, in comparison to his counterpart. And generally speaking, has been the go-to lead when it comes down to sandbagging. I mean, just look at the parade that's happening on Team Ray. The fact is, when you're talking about EXP, Team Ray is the first one who makes it out. But that's not all. We have words from Martizi himself.
Hey guys, Rose here. Sebelum kita mulakan play-ins kedua untuk hari pertama playoffs musim ini, Rose actually nak interview Martizi daripada Team Ray. Hello Amar. Okay. Okay. Happy Happy. Dapat cuti seminggu. Apa you guys buat masa cuti?
Training.
Training. Okay. So, Amar, Rose ada beberapa soalan tentang Team Ray lah untuk playoffs kali ini. So, kalau kita ingat balik di regular season, selepas minggu ke-6, Team Ray jadi sangat-sangat shaky di mana win streak mereka pun dipatah oleh, I lupa dah siapa patahkan. Vamos kan? Vamos, oleh Vamos. Selepas tu, it was a roller coaster, up, down, ada beberapa kekalahan yang you guys hadapkan. So, I nak tanya bagi Amar, bagi Martizi, apa lesson terbesar yang Team Ray belajar daripada kesilapan tu?
Lesson terbesar bagi saya paling pun jangan underestimate orang sangat and don't overconfident. Ya.
Sebab kalau kita underestimate, kita overconfident, apa akan jadi?
Lose streak.
Bukanlah lose streak, tapi dia lebih kepada macam tak boleh end, ada masalah in game, lepas tu
tiba-tiba kena flank kalah.
Exactly. Nanti benda tu pun boleh affect kita punya confidence di game yang seterusnya. Now, Rose nak tanya pula pasal your opponent hari ini, which is BTRM by Vitality. Kita tahu beginning sampai tengah-tengah season mereka memang shaky, tetapi mereka pun berjaya tutup regular season dengan 2 kemenangan berturut-turut. Maksud tu mereka ada momentum kemenangan masuk playoffs kali ini. So, bagi Martizi, masa lawan BTRM ni, apa you rasa yang paling bahaya lah pasal mereka?
Paling bahaya bagi saya, paling bahaya pasal diorang ada 2 orang player legenda. Not that legenda bagi cakap dia Ciku kan, diorang ada Ciku dengan Chibi kan.
Yes.
So 2 orang tu saya respect sebab diorang ada pengalaman yang lama semua dalam sini. Ya.
Cici combo
Cici combo.
Memang bahaya lah.
Memang bahaya bagi saya.
Memang bahaya. Boleh kena flank dengan Ciku, boleh kena out jungle, out retry dengan Chibi. Sangat-sangat bahaya.
King of retry.
King of retry. And of course, kita tahu di dalam Team Ray sekarang ni, 3 local player berjaya menjadi line up utama di Asian Games yang akan datang di Japan, betul?
Betul, alhamdulillah.
Tapi kalau you guys akan jadi wakil negara, mesti ada beberapa pressure yang you guys akan face. Lagi-lagi, roster keluar sebelum playoff. So of course lah, orang di luar sana ada ekspektasi tentang gameplay you guys, playstyle you guys. So adakah itu bagi pressure untuk playoffs ini?
Bagi saya, personally, saya tak pressure pun. And I lebih enjoy lah being pressure while playing.
Kenapa?
No, just while playing, pressure plus nervous, I just enjoy it. Just it.
Oh, I rasa
enjoy
you
being
suka
nervous and pressure at the same time.
adrenaline.
Yeah.
Lagi hype lah.
Lagi hype.
Kalau tenang mungkin boleh overconfident, boleh overhype kan. Okay. Maybe ada beberapa player lah like suka lebih pressure daripada tenang, and Martizi is one of them. Now, last question. Sepanjang musim ini, ramai orang cakap di mana Team Ray actually pasukan yang sangat-sangat bagus untuk musim ini, di mana ada star player, ada potential besar, tapi pada masa yang sama, ramai orang juga cakap you guys kurang disiplin, kurang konsistensi. So bagi Martizi, bagi Team Ray, apa yang mereka nak buktikan di playoffs ini?
Personally, kita orang just nak buktikan kat diri kita orang sendiri yang kita orang akan lebih konsisten dan kita orang just main macam mana kita orang nak main lah. And semua orang dekat ni, semua orang kita orang target slot EWC kan. So, we work hard lah for it.
Okay, mungkin kita akan tengok hasil of the training sepanjang off 1 minggu ni sebelum kita masuk ke playoff. Terima kasih Martizi. Good luck untuk perlawanan ini.
Thank you.
With that, mari let's show it back to our panel untuk masuk ke dalam line.
Thank you so much, Rose. There you have it. It is Martizi here on the helm. First in the lineup next to Lolias, Ivan, Justgard, and as well as Siska on their preparation building up to the play-ins.
We know that each of the players of Team Ray have very high potential, and while they started off the season pretty shaky, they quickly found their rhythm and became a force to be reckoned with, but unfortunately weren't able to push that envelope further towards the end of the regular season. They have wide hero pools, they have strong capabilities, it's just a couple of missing pieces that they need to work on to make things work. Siska literally got a savage on the Paquito as well, so he's gonna be looking for that pick.
Yep, in comparison to Bigatron MY by Vitality, with of course Chico Guys Rasi, Zay, Chibi, and Lynch, that matchup between Lynch alongside with Siska is going to be very interesting. I would like to know what Bigatron's solution to the Paquito problem is going to be, but we'll see in just a little bit, because if we're talking about drafting styles, I think that Bigatron is very textbook. However, it's that last gold lane pick which catches people off every single time.
They like the classics, right? Chiku is a legend for a reason. He's been around a long time. He knows how to play older hero pickups, and he feels more comfortable on them as well, which is why you saw the Irritel so often. But you are right, not really as good these days, and will BTR still fall back to it?
They might. It might be one of the few solutions that they have. But with that being said, the games are about to start. Let us bring out and introduce both of these teams as they begin their walkout.
Seasons of waiting, 5 seasons of believing, 5 seasons to break a curse. A team that only knew what the top looked like from the bottom and knew disappointment better than success. They never stopped chasing the dream, and every defeat became fuel. Look who's standing here now on this stage as true contenders for the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, this team is the living proof that perseverance pays off. Let's cheer for Team Ray!
Team Ray with side laners that need not only to dominate but control the tempo of this game. Siska at the helm to make that play, but of course on the opposite side, Loliels has to keep up with the pace of the team if this team wants to stand any chance against their devastating competitors. Began with stumble after stumble. Losses piled up. Critics growing ever louder. Many believed their season was over. But pressure forges champions. 3 new additions transformed their fate. Rewrote the code. Rebuilt the robot. Now the red robots stand on the playoff stage with a new mission. Domination. Always programmed to win. This is Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality.
With the GG duo leading the road forward, can they bring the Malaysian Red robots to the next round? Can BTRM taste victory and find themselves in the top 4 of State status befitting of the legends among them. And now it is time to bring out the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match, who will be joined by our head marshal, Rez, to ensure every game runs fairly and smoothly. For Team Ray, we got head coach Caleb and assistant coach Saint DeLucas. And for BTRM, we got head coach Kenji and tactical coach Annabelle.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. True sign of professionalism and the last point of contact that our competitors will have before facing each other one more time in the Land of Dawn. This commences our best of three. Only one of these teams will be making it out alive, and the other moves on into the upper brackets.
A dangerous mission has been placed in front of both these competitors today. Just like the match before them, only one will be able to survive, while the other will face the end of their journey here in the brand new era of MPL Malaysia.
Now, this matchup could go on in a bunch of different ways, but we're going to see that BTRM has decided to take first pick with a 40% win rate. Now, they're the one and few teams that didn't exactly have the best win rate on blue side. It actually preferred to play on red if they want to set up for Chiku.
And it does make sense, like we mentioned. Chiku likes the classics, maybe not necessarily the most meta heroes, as long as it's comfortable, as long as it makes sense for the situation, which is why red side is something they prefer since they can counter pick and keep surprises under tops.
Now, we do have a player quote coming in from the EXP laner himself, Siska of Team Ray, that top 3 isn't enough. This playoff feels like a redemption arc for me. Back in Season 15, I managed to finish in the top 3, and it happened right here in this venue. This time, I want to go even further than that. I also felt really inspired when I saw TLPH and Falcons secure their EWC slots. They look genuinely happy, and it seems like the best feeling in the world.
Honestly, it's a really nice perspective to see these sort of things, because you look at these players, we witness them as spectators, and you just don't really think about what has been happening behind the curtain, all the preparation and the setup, and the feeling of being up there, competing for pride, for your team, for the people who supported you. And I think he's right. Even if I haven't experienced it myself, the feeling of knowing that you have made it, that you have achieved something with the time you put in is such a life-changing emotion.
Yep, I'm sorry. I wanted to say something to follow that up, but then I saw the banner of the Open Even Grand Final and I lost it. That was so distracting.
Yeah.
Now, player quotes coming in from Rossi. Experience gives us the edge. Finding scrims have been a little bit difficult because MPL Cambodia and MPL PH have already ended. But I think DTRM still has an advantage because we have more playoff experience compared to Team Ray. In our team, we have players like Chiku guys, Chibi, and myself. So in that sense, I think we're more prepared for the playoffs. Interesting. Interesting sentiment. So they've been finding their scrims around MPL Cambodia and PH, huh?
That does tell us something, and yeah, it's a kind of an issue we never really thought about. The other MPLs are happening, so you do have less scrim partners to work with. So I think it's also interesting to point out that Rasi thinks they have more playoffs experience because he has literally played with some of the people over there, Siska especially, right, when they were back together as DXS.
Look, Rossi, he had a name for himself before he was playing with Siska.
That's fair.
He's still a person, you know? Oh, he's still the man behind the camera. And I think that, unfortunately, in this particular matchup, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough. Overall, because I think that right now, Team Ray is a little bit more put together. And until Vitality kind of break the current pattern, teams that generally play around their gold laner or they play around one main carry generally tends to fall off. And I think maybe it's blue side, red side related, but I also think there's a good degree of comfort. So unless you guys has a winning matchup, which is already hard to set up for, let's just see where this is going to go.
And we will see very, very soon, because we are about to jump into the draft for game number 1. Now, as we set things up and choose the map that these players will be battling on, I will say, in my personal opinion, I feel like the team that has the most potential to surprise us with something completely different is BTR. I feel like they've really been setting up for something, and yes, they've stuck to the Chiku CEO gameplay for a while, but there's a reason they play for Chiku. Man is a mad genius. If there's anyone who can figure out how to really bend the meta or shift the team in the time they've been given, it's going to be him.
But it's a matter of scope here, right? Like, sure, you can kind of bend the meta within your influence, but when you're affecting an entire team of 5, right? 2 or 3 of the roles, you would assume only 2 roles are affected by this. I think because of this, the way the gold lane is going to work out, supports and mids are going to get affected for sure, but I also think that even the EXP matters in those relationships. So that's already 4 roles for 1 guy, and I think that's just too many resources if we're trying to bend these rules.
That is fair. Chiku has proven on multiple occasions that it is worth investing those resources into him, but it also feels a little easier if you don't have to always depend on one guy to turn things around in the late game, because if Chiku just doesn't have a good game, then BTRM has a bad time.
Or just he doesn't have access to Irithel. Based on stats, right? I mean, unfortunately, Irithel is his highest win rate marksman by far. Even his quad doesn't even come close to that, which is ridiculous. Now Marcel gets banned out, and Leomord alongside with the Freya from the side of Coach Caleb. Kenji decides on Baxia, gets rid of the Jushin alongside with the Gwen.
Instantly, the Fredrin lock in from BTRM. Also a hero that has been increasing quite a bit in pick rate among other MPL regions, even more so than the Baxia. And we know that Chibi has a lot of experience on the Fredrin, but prioritizing it is an interesting choice.
Yep, I think here we need to see Team Ray take away carry. They need to get rid of carry, arguably even Harith. I would say it's better to take carry at this point because now you have a direct answer to the Fredrin rather than risking, oh, I happen to chrono dash in the wrong direction and get clipped by the energy eruption. I'm dead.
I'm also wondering about the Paquito. Earlier, Vamos prioritized Paquito every single game they had it.
Well, I was going to say Phovius. It was supposed to be Phovius alongside with whatever they wanted to go for. I would say Phovius carry would have been nice. Yves, I think it's totally fine here. Probably the second best option that they have. The Paquito, not so much. This should be Phovius.
It has to be Phovius, logically speaking. Eve is a pretty good solution here. She's good at holding down heroes like Fredrin. Not too bad at melting heroes like Phovius, but it is still a bit of 50-50 there, and Phovius should definitely have the advantage against the Paquito. So it would feel very weird if BTR doesn't pick the Purple Man.
I think they are going to pick the Purple Man. The question is whether they pick Paul.
Okay.
That's exactly what Team Ray wanted to see. This is why they did their opening. We want to know what your gold laner you're going to have straight away and then start adjusting for it.
So what is going to be the pick here? Do you want to select Chiku's hero early on? Or do you want to keep it? Looks like they are going to keep it. They pair up the high-lows with the E for the big team fight setup.
I don't know, this is starting to feel like a blunder right now. This is really starting to feel like a blunder, and it's making me uncomfortable because they're starting to take away the important characters. The only thing that really bugs me is this Paquito. That should have been carry, I think. If not, at least take away the Phovius. Either way, Team Ray just didn't want BTRM to have access to this true damage-dealing marksman. So dealing with the Claude is a lot more manageable. And now they're getting rid of the bigger tanks on their side, knowing that this could still be the issue.
Well, Glue also going to be one of Rassi's signatures, so Team Ray starting to show a little bit of respect in the bans. What does BTR want to get rid of at this point? It should logically be the carry, since they have quite a lot of front line now to work with.
Probably junglers, right? Junglers that can either completely outscale the Fredrin and get around him. Ooh, they get rid of the Akai. Okay, so they want Team Ray to go on a damage-heavy style jungler. They've already taken away the all the best tank junglers in the meta so far. What does that leave him with? Maybe a Suyo? That's not great.
They will ban the Atlas as well. So putting a lot of priority onto that mid duo, but not necessarily even for the laning phase, specifically for team fighting. Which really...
I don't know, because the team fights probably won't go the way that Team Ray wanted to, right? Because Team Ray at this point have no real means of dealing with any of this other than Eve just trying to poke him out and getting like a wishing lantern and then playing right? It's almost guaranteed the Paquito's going to lose his lane. Hylos and Eve could control the mid lane to kind of alleviate the side pressure, but there's no guarantee the side pressure is going to get much done anyways, right? And now that carry's gone, they've basically lost the major answers, and they need a Trinity build that doesn't dash.
A Trinity build that doesn't dash. Obsidia, I guess.
And that's probably the closest one that they could get to.
I'm
If they're willing to be risky, they could also go Clint for early game. But no, it is Obsidia. It's basically the only thing they got left.
Real easy to predict what the next couple of things in this draft are going to be, especially with the ideas so clear in their minds with very obvious problems. I don't know. There's the red side drafts are kind of bad for MPL MY teams based on what we've seen so far.
At the very least, we know Obsidia is one of Lolil's best picks. So they can at least rely on him, but they gotta be able to create enough space for him to get that scaling up. They've left jungle for last. But we know that while Jesgar can play assassins, his specialty has always been more of the tank side, which is why BTRM put so much focus onto getting rid of those heroes.
Yep. But there's not a lot of good options for the side of Team Ray, if I'm being perfectly honest here.
Yeah.
I might end up on like Leomord just to be safe.
It's banned.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I guess all he's got is Suyo to kind of like keep up the pace. That or Nolan.
I would have said that Leomord would be the next best thing, but they banned it themselves, so yeah, things are going to be tricky for them. Meanwhile, BTR is playing CEO Chiku. It's just basically the same. 3 frontline tanks, then you got the 2 backline DPS.
I mean, the way the Vitality loses is if Chiku, he goes in with the Blazing Duet and then gets hit by the Hunter Bone. That's probably the only way he dies here. Right?
Export jungle? Kinda slow these days, but
against Fove, Gord, Gator, and Fredrin, I don't think you can really push them out. With what they have, oh, actually, maybe. You might be right about this one. Export isn't the worst thing in the world. It's just that it's slow.
yeah, that's the problem, but a lot of the meta options just don't feel quite as good. I guess they will go with the Suyo anyway.
He would rather the mobility, rather than at least he has a safer means of poke. He has opportunities to force gangs, something that unfortunately Export just doesn't have. This is going to be a tough one for Team Ray.
It is.
I think that the end game scenarios, if we get there, BTR has an opportunity, and that's based on the performance of Chiku. So their entire composition really is riding on how badly Chiku plays in the late game team fight.
And we know that Chiku generally does do a pretty okay job, though he can kind of overextend himself on Claude. It's happened more than a few times.
Hey, take that from Loliel's on the opposite side. He knows what an overextension looks like. But based on everything that we've kind of lined up here, I think that Loliel's, he needs to win this lane. If he wins this lane, he could win the game by default.
He definitely could, especially with Chico going sprint as well onto Claude. I wonder if he intends to pull Lolil with him, but we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're hopping into the land of dawn. BTRM on blue side versus Team Ray on the red.
That's such a funny image in my mind. Run, Chico! Yes, sir! And then you just see Loli getting dragged behind him. Oh, boy. All right, the early levels are going to be pretty rough for a majority of these laners. We currently have one winning lane on the EXP, a winning lane in Chiku, guys, a winning lane in Zay and Rasi. For the most part of it, well, actually more of a sandbag lane, if I'm being completely honest, but Team Ray, on the opposite end, is making things work because of that early pressure through their mid. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Walk out, harass people, don't make them feel safe.
Pretty much in this game, BTR has the very safe option of just playing front to back, whereas Team Ray are the ones that kind of have to make things interesting. They've got heroes that can gank the backline and take out the DPSs, and then work on the tank slower afterwards.
Most ideal. Luckily, while all this is happening, Chiku, guys, is actually doing pretty good in the lane. The best he's probably going to see from him for now. We'll see the results later if we do see the conversion. But so far, Siska having the time of his life. Poor guy. Oh, wow. He
Lethal ignition.
He wants to hurt, but he already missed the proxy, so there's no way. There's no way to set this up.
That is a potentially risky choice, but I guess it makes sense. Meanwhile, TB comes in, pops the retry on Ivan. Revitalize comes out. I think TB was expecting to hit level 4 a little bit sooner here. He doesn't have retry for 20 seconds.
That's fine. They're going to drag this out anyways. They kind of want to team fight it more than anything else. And I think more importantly, wait a minute. How is Zay completely out of this? He is nowhere close to 4.
I think he's just been getting zoned out constantly. Well, it's now a 1v2. Siska surviving. Revitalize comes out. RWM locks down all the tanks and Ivan front lines. Good separation from Team Ray. Free turtle for Jesgar.
Yeah. Minimal loss, though, at the very least. Nobody ended up dying. No big battle spells other. Then the Revitalize had to be used there. All all things considered, not the worst. Not the worst. As long as Vitality ain't giving up big leads, should be fine.
So far, so good for now. Team Ray holding on to a very slight 500 goal lead. The gank actually dodged down bottom by Chiku. He saw it coming since he was in the bush already. So they are slowing down Juskar from getting any sort of early game snowball.
Yep, and they can't really punish this right now. Unfortunately, Ivan will not get one shot for the full combo coming in from Zayn. Not yet, at the very least, right? The true damage is going to be relevant, but it's not going to kill him. He'll walk away with about 20% HP. So, realistic targets. Martizi, Loliels, Siska. I think Siska is most likely going to be that target. But then this awkward thing happens, right? Where Rossi is trying to go for the taunt, and then the knock-up strike comes. Whichever comes out first will win.
Thing is, I feel like even if BTR throws everything they have at Siska right now, they might not have enough to fully burst him before he just gets the shield back. So I don't know. I feel like even Zay, I guess if you really throw everything, then yes. But it's a lot of conditions to meet. Glorious Pathway comes in from the flank to slow down the back line and connect the blade surge onto Rossi. Push him back. Revitalize ain't saving you this time. First blood for Siska.
Good call from Rossi. He told everybody else, yo, I'm dead. Like, we're all gonna die or only me just die. And he's told the captain of the ship, no, it's just me today.
Going down with the ship.
Going down with the ship, man. Make sure the rest of you just crew it well, because look at this pressure that BTRM is doing right now, right? Chico, guys, yes, he nearly died there. Hold on.
Careful, Chico. You don't want to... Wait, does he have EMI? Okay. If that connected, he'd be dead. Meanwhile, up top, RWM, Lynch goes down. A 4-man gank from Team Ray, and this is the proactiveness I want to see.
Yep, BTRM fortunately making the mistake of losing their lives early on. They really needed Lynch for this fight. And now, with it being obsolete, they're backing away into their own jungle. Not even a contestation here as Team Ray gonna happily take a free turtle. Are they gonna re-gank him?
They could, honestly. Juskar is... Okay, no. Looks like they're gonna take it easy on him for now. But Siska gets a lot of gold off this tower.
Yeah, he's so far ahead now. Oh, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I want to see what Lynch is going to build at the end of the day. Hunter Strike already completed by Siska. It looks like it's full tank coming in from Lynch.
We should expect Siska to go at least half damage build here if he's going lethal ignition. And his goal is going to be just the same as everyone else, basically. Hunt Z and Chiku guys and then deal with the tanks later, which can work so far. Team Ray hasn't been going too far for kills because they know the goal is just to out-farm.
Yeah, but also it's going to be a bigger issue later on because Cisco is going to lose relevancy, right? With Rossi, Chibi, and Lynch being so huge as tanks, it's just not worth Cisco's time to keep trading against them. Unless they have, like right now, where he's by far the strongest. And I think this is going to happen for the next 5 minutes or so.
Pretty much. It's up to Team Ray now to decide what they really want to do because they are the ones holding on to map priority. They can try to gank side lanes, take advantage of Siska's 2 early kills to make things happen, but looks like VTR also gonna put some resources up there to make sure he can't move too freely.
Shouldn't be able to move too freely. Gotta keep them locked in, locked down. More axe purchased by Juskar, and now these invasions are becoming a frequent occurrence for Bigatron, right? This is starting... Oh,
Juskar, he got the buff. They're gonna taunt Ivan in place, but Hylos is pretty darn tanky.
I don't even know what they're supposed to be doing at this point, right? They've only lost very few interactions, but they don't want to push it any of their agendas further. Kind of allowing Team Ray to kind of do whatever they please.
Gonna be a 1v2 up top. Lynch is able to fight back, but he'll lose his minion wave. Mystic Gush gonna be used in the... feels... that... questionable.
I don't know what they want to do now. I don't know what they want to do. They're getting a little closer here, but good luck.
They're missing a lot of ultimates. Ivan gonna get taunted, but he just wants to revitalize. Ardenna comes out, a complete collapse. Meanwhile, Lynch trying to stop this guy, not really able to do so defensively. Blazing Door comes through, but Chico, actually doing a lot of damage here. Jimmy secures the turtle, and now Team Ray falls one by one. A single move from the CEO turns it around.
Yeah, they just couldn't keep up with him. And no way. And he can maintain that distance forever with the help of that sprint. Good stuff coming in from Chiku. Looking at his item build, DHS first item makes a lot of sense why he had the damage. So let's look at this one more time. Because don't get me wrong, Siska had an incredible angle, but unfortunately gets locked away by Lynch. By the time he keeps Chibi away, he's used all of his cooldowns before the turtle is actually low. So the timing got disrupted heavily by Bigatron.
Yeah, I think Team Ray may have initiated a little too early there, and now BTR are the ones in control. Chiku gets his tower down bottom, which means this Claude is officially unlocked and can start participating.
Well, on the opposite side, we do see a tower trade at least, right? Siska gets one back in there. Now it's not just a free turret for Chiku guys to run to the top side and farm some more. They're going to work mid first, then eventually set up for that top wave.
500 gold lead for Team Ray still, but it's definitely smaller than what we saw prior. Siska gonna go for that War Axe, so seems like your more standard fighter Paquito style.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for like Queen's Wings after that, right? Just to make sure that he can sustain a little bit longer.
Or Oracle.
I don't think he needs Oracle at this point. I feel like now that you all... Well,
there is a Revitalize.
There is a Revitalize on the opposite side. You're not entirely wrong. But I think that he needs to be able to tap his buttons more often. And the only thing that really gives him that is either cooldown reduction or in this particular case, just Queen's Wings. It's so free, right? You talk about sustain, that's the go-to.
That is fair. For now, we can see that Team Ray no longer able to walk up on the map like they used to just a couple moments before. GB able to act as a much more notable presence in the front line after that previous fight, and the first Lord now going to be spawned with BTR in control of the river.
Okay. They've got everything that they've wanted, and they're making sure that Rossi doesn't get spotted out early on. They want Rossi to come in late here. Gonna take their time with this very, very, very slowly. And they're even getting the Paquito to come on over. They're not gonna make him hover over one more wave. They're worried they're gonna rush this.
Yeah, Lynch is gonna spot Jaskar. Ivan trying to walk forward, but it's difficult. And now Jaskar is gonna be zoned by Lynch. Glorious Pathway gonna be used, but awkward. Chibi misses the Appraiser's Wrap on the Lord somehow, but still secures it. Hunts a bone, hits Rossi. Art of them comes out. Mystic Gush to zone. They pick off Rossi. I think that's all Team Ray is gonna get.
Yep, that's as good as it gets. And honestly, doesn't matter whether Chibi missed it or not. As long as he gets the Lord, he just needs that extra bit of damage because he knows that Jaskar, with the Soul Sever, has a higher chance of stealing it away while he is a level up. Wait, they're chasing this. Oh no.
Uh-oh, Lolil, why are you this far out, sir? Flicker's already used, is able to dash away just in time. That would have been disastrous for Ray. They need him to clear the Lord. Siska waiting in the lurch. Glorious Pathway zones them out. Siska comes from the flank. Jaskar as well. Connects with Z. Placing duet from Chiku. Sees the first one down, but the damage building up from BTR is actually quite high. They lose Jaskar on the Team Ray side. Siska's going to be picked up. Chiku burns away to Martisi. And it ends up being a 2 for 2.
What was that? It was going so well until it wasn't. I mean, I gotta give it to Chibi. He literally saved the situation single-handedly. Finds the intercept onto Siska. Let's look at the instant replay. That was gonna make more sense. Just watch, right? Siska comes. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Boom! Energy eruption onto 2 targets while still being able to cancel out the Suyo Soul Sever hold down. Really great stuff there.
Yeah, if not for that taunt, that fight would have been even more disastrous for Bigatron. So Chibi definitely the savior in that position, but you end up losing multiple cores on Team Ray as well. So far they're not really doing a good job of keeping their gold.
Well, I mean, as long as Chiku guys doesn't die or like decides to be disrespectful or literally try to live at 1 HP, because I feel like every season that's his goal. How low can he bring his HP bar to the point where you don't even see the sliver?
It's one of those, like, how close can you stop the clock to 10 seconds?
That's basically it. He's doing that on a constant, every 6 months.
He's practicing so that he can get, like, a free meal at, like, some restaurant out there.
I don't know. Another fairy watch, who knows?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that's the challenge. If we can get it exactly down to 1 HP, you get a free fairy watch or something like that. $1 million IDs, fairy. $1 million IDs.
That's what CEOs do in their free time.
That's what CEOs do. Oh, boy. Now they're going to slowly walk up on this. I don't know if Siska can find another scenario where he gets that deep into the backline. Because by all metrics, that should not happen. Like, Bigatron should be controlling more of the space.
Yeah, you literally have 3 tanks. You are protecting your backline. Just have someone stand behind them to check for the Paquito as well, and then you won't have to risk those sorts of situations. But 12 minutes in, net worth difference is still basically 0. So it is anyone's game since both teams have good late game scaling.
Yep, it's anyone's game though. I don't know. This Yves is becoming more and more relevant as the game takes on by. I am curious what Martisi currently is running. Does he have what I think he has? Oh, Divine Glaive as well as the Glowing Wand.
The screen behind us is so much further than before. So it's, oh, Chico goes in, blazing to it by himself, and somehow not punished. He takes out Martisi, he flicks back out, AOG comes through. They connect with everyone. Team Ray caught with their pants down. Ziskar gonna be knocked up, able to iframe out just in time. Lolil still working on Lynch the entire time. Ziska still alive, looking for an angle of entry. But this is a 3v5 situation. I think you gotta give this up. Lolil tries to re-engage, but I wonder if that's a good idea. He has to flicker back out to safety. Ziskar just barely dodges the Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep, they cannot fall into the triangle of influence. These three tanks are just pushing them around. And now that we've come into the the late stages of this game, it's starting to become very, very clear that space is a currency for Team Ray.
And right now they're having a hard time earning more of it. You can see in that instant replay, Chiku literally just says, yup, time to go. Doesn't matter. And actually succeeds with it. Takes out one, zones out everyone else, and then BTR follows up.
I'm trying to figure out, did Ivan have the stun or not? Did he have the stun, or did he already use it before or after in that clip?
That's a good question, actually. We're gonna have to consider that a little bit. At least they are able to clear Lord, but Chiku is just gonna slowly whittle down that top inhibitor. Very close to taking it out already.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that he's clearing up these waves as soon as possible, as just Gar's trying to keep up with Chibi. He was leading a majority of the game when it came down to the EXP, but now it's come down to that even state and coming even harder. He can't get through anybody. He hasn't been able to find a clean angle other than that last flank we saw from Siska.
Chibi literally dashes into the base. He knows he can sustain just fine. Allows his carries to take that tower, and they'll just back this up. This is now Bigatron's game. They're gonna play it standard and steady.
All right, let me take a quick look what Loliels is currently running. Loliels is opting to go no Sky Piercer this game, by the way. The Sky Piercer is on just Gar instead. It's going to be 4 items already complete. I'm not sure whether he's going for the Winds of Nature, but it looks like it based on that dagger.
I wouldn't be surprised. He needs some way of surviving Chiku, since he knows the quad can just jump him, and there's not much he can do about it.
I mean, I'm surprised that he's able to jump into 4 people the last time with not a single person having the right tool to stop it.
You really would think that there was some way of stopping it, but no.
But then again, this is all speculation, right? We don't know whether the Law and Order was used. Like, was was there a signal like the stun is used, and therefore you should go in? Or we just saw Suyo also uses tap first skill, right? I feel like they were paying attention, because it doesn't feel like Chiku just goes in and is like, you know what? I'll roll the dice. Let's play some backgammon.
I think it's a pretty funny concept to think that Law and Order is the only thing stopping Chiku from gunning you down in a dark alleyway.
yeah, that's the only. Oh my goodness. Wait, who's Batman in this situation? Because if Chiku guys is Joe Chill, like this
we need Lolil to be Bruce Wayne.
He needs to be Batman.
Like, his goal is to farm anyway. He needs to be rich.
That's true. All right.
But then Chiku is the CEO.
Well, let's see. This could be oh darn, I immediately forgot the name of the movie. Starring Tom Hanks and Somali pirates.
I know it. I don't remember it. Right now, we're focused on the Lord. Glorious Power comes out of Gloria. Here comes the Blazing Duet once again. The gun in the dark alleyway. TV secures the Lord. They get the knock up into the backline. Look at Lynch go. Ivan goes down. Lynch still chasing. Well, he literally cannot do anything right now. He doesn't have the riches of Batman to depend on. And BTR takes another.
Yep. And again, tempo in favor of Bigatron MY by Vitality. The lead was just not big enough for the side of Team Ray to kind of push them over the edge. And right now, Bigatron, this is their ball game. They're having the time of their life. Their front lines can't walk up as confidently anymore, as Lolios finally has enough.
Oh, Lynch actually connected with just Gar. That's actually insane. but decides not to chase because guess what? The Lord is pushing up top. Could be an endgame angle here. BTR pushing into the base. Only one wave of minions, but it's a pretty big wave. Ziska gonna be collapsed on. Man, you should not be there. Blixenberg comes out. Chiku literally, oh, he does get blasted down though. The CEO is dead. Bigatron though, they have access to the crystal. And they're gonna make sure his sacrifice is not in vain. BTRM takes game number 1.
Interesting game at number 1 here, and BTR showing that they have more control, and what they have learned is tempo control against Ray. It's a matter of time. The question is whether or not the opposing side break the doors open, and if they can't, oh boy, that door stays shut.
And BTRM just sticking to their guns, right? Protect the president, and he will carry you through 3-tank lineup. It's pretty easy to play. You really get compensated for a lot of mistakes, and Team Ray, unfortunately, a much harder to execute lineup, not able to pull it off.
I mean, I would say that at the very least, they needed to be brave. And I think that the times that Team Ray unfortunately felt brave, Bigatron shut that down. And they turned that feeling of being brave into hesitation. That's the whole idea of controlling the tempo. I need time. I'm going to create time. You need space. If I deny space, take away your confidence, then you play on my time. That's the BDRM stratagem.
I guess that's how a CEO invests.
Yep.
You get your resources by denying them from your opponents. And in this case, Team Ray were denied at every opportunity. The game started pretty solid, and they were being very active on the map, which we liked, but at a certain point, they just kind of lost that sauce once BTR hit those items.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it just comes down to, like, who's going to stop Chiku guys. And every single time he gets away with, like, so much. This one, luckily, Lynch was able to do something with the Dark Wave before Chiku guys was going to get into a lot of trouble. But on the opposite end, you can tell that Loliels, as this game continues to progress, is slowly getting stronger. Like, the front lines, they can't hold on as long as they could before. They're constantly rotating all upon each other, right? Switching the aggro between each other, redistributing the damage out. So again, if this is a business, Chiku guys is doing a very good job at managing the collateral damage while still putting himself at high-risk environments. And because of that, he profits. And he wins big because of those.
Not to mention understanding when it is time to pull those investments out. He knows that Lolil is starting to hit a power spike. His tanks are starting to melt quicker than they did. So you focus him down, you win the fight, you end the game. You don't give him that chance to outscale you.
Can't give him the opportunities, man. Really can't. But a learned lesson from Team Ray. Can't be drafting so boldly like that. You can't just be saying, it is good, therefore I will throw it in. There's always a counter pick. I promise you. Nobody's beneath the counter pick. If not, just ban it out.
Yeah, Vamos was picking Paquito first every game because the Phobius was banned every game. This is still a problematic hero. And while Siska had a good start, as long as Lynch is tanky enough, he just stops that right in the water. In fact, he catches everyone on top of that, and then you just have Chibi there, getting those taunts as well within the team fight. Team Ray wants to play fast and control their skirmish timings, and Chibi's just like, no, you're standing there and fighting me right now.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate how this all kind of boiled down, but I do have a couple of criticisms. Number one is really when I looked at the items, like Siska, I get the War Axe. I don't think that the Sea Halberd was necessary. I think that unfortunately with the anti-heal and the amount of health that's being distributed, unfortunately I think Ivan needed to be the one holding on to it, and he needed to be the one holding on to some tankier items. Either maybe a Chastised Pauldron, or I would argue just having a higher base health, because my god, what do you deal with the Mystic Gush?
It's a tricky place to be because I do kind of understand the Sea Halberd. It is meant to allow you to deal damage to tanks, but Paquito is still kind of bursty, so it's hard to say whether it can work. Like, yeah, if it's against 1 or 2 tanks, alright, sure. There's 3 of them. You are not really out-sustaining that.
Yeah. I mean, you're already not winning the matchup into a full tank Phobius, so you might as well kind of double up upon your strategy. If I am going to poke out that front line, make it hurt, right? Go for the Malefic Roar. arguably, if you want something a little bit more in between, a little bit of damage, gives you a little bit of utility, go for the Brute Force Breastplate, right? I don't see in any world why having War Axe alongside with the Halberd is going to be enough. There's no world where I see that, other than Suyo being the exception to that rule.
Yeah, You are right. Probably a shift in itemization would be needed. If you wanted to go full damage anyway, then you could even argue, skip the War Axe, go into Sea Halberd, Malefic, just to really go through the tanks. I don't know. It's hard to really tell.
I would say that his best options was to go truly traditional, like trying to think of a really good. The old Uzarm build of. Oh wait, no, that wasn't even that old. That too long ago. But basically, what you go for is Hunter Strike, War Axe straight into the Malefic Roar. And if you don't have that kind of lead, then you go into the Queen's Wings.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, those are the usual ways you kind of build it in. Here, I understand that his lane matchup is like difficult, but unfortunately, buying that one item doesn't make enough of a difference. It makes a difference against Esme, but not against Phoveus.
Team Ray also kind of depending only on Ivan to get that lockdown, and you only have a single Law and Order as well, which is why Chiku is able to go sprint. He doesn't need Purify. He's like, yeah, there's not much I need to Purify here. I just wait for the high-low stun, then I walk in, I blitz my way through the entire enemy team. You know, I start their superhero origin story, and he is our MVP of Game 1.
Understandably so. He is coming in and making these like crazy epic moves that look like it's epic, like, oh yeah, I see an angle, the 1v4, I'ma do the 1v4, and yet getting away with it at the highest level.
Somehow he finds a way.